thank you for the great and excellent job that you have been doing in the last 3 years. We've been we have been we have been extremely thrilled by your leadership skill, by your dexterity, and for the love of Pengassan, for the true love of Pengassan, and also for the work you've done for the people in the zone. Then the zonal secretary, Comrade Okeke Unana. Then all the zonal officers that are here, the vice chairman, the industrial relation officer, the assistant secretary, the treasurer, the PWC chairperson, the zonal PRO, zonal FinSec, zonal auditor. Thank you for the support that you have given to the chairman and the leadership of the zone, because we've recorded significant progress in the last 3 years. Also, I wish to recognize the entire NEC members that are here. I could see a lot of branch chairmen here seated today. I appreciate you all. I thank you for the work that you have been doing in your respective branches, because as we said last weekend in Lagos, that monkey they jump. Now because a tree nearbody, the Port Harcourt zonal chairman is performing is because he also there are chairmen that are supporting him at the grassroots. If the chairman in the respective branches does not give the kind of support that was given in the last 3 years, we wouldn't have been where we are today. So all chairmen that are here, all NEC members that are here, I salute you. I thank you for the collaboration. I thank you for the steadfastness. And I thank you for the true love that you have displayed in the last 3 years. I won't fail to also recognize my own personal elder. I refer to him as my own personal elder because if not for the role people like him played, we would not have been here today. My very own elder, Comrade Jude Ozenoa, the former branch chairman, forever, the former branch chairman of NLNG branch. In fact, if not for people like Comrade Jude, we would not have left Egypt to Israel that we are today. I'm sorry, let me not offend the sensibility of Muslims. Sorry, I'm sorry. But overall, I think that's just a parable and all that. So, Comrade Jude, we thank you. At least, ever since you've still, so anywhere you are in a gathering, if they ask me today, who is the person that loved this Pengassan song more, I will say no, it's Comrade Jude. If you see Comrade Jude, he has since moved to management since he left as branch chairman in NLNG. I mean, he's the head of employee relations today in NLNG. But when you see when Comrade Jude sings Solidarity song, he sings it with everything in him. He sings it with the joy, with the happiness. Thank you so much for all that you've done for Pengassan. We truly appreciate you. Comrades, all our managements that are here, I could see a lot of them. We thank you for the support that we've enjoyed over the last 3 years and the support that you have rendered and given to Pengassan. We quite appreciate you and we cannot thank you enough. Then to everyone that is seated here today, I say good morning to every one of us. To the entire members of Pengassan from respective branches, from the different congress that have found time to be here. We quite appreciate you. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you. Gentlemen of the press, we also appreciate you. And to our DJ, thank you for giving us the sound. Because if not, those people that are upstairs, one of my friends said, when you come to a gathering, I see people upstairs, there's a probability that 90% of them came late. My branch chairman, you didn't hear me. I said, someone told me that if you are in a gathering, there is downstairs, there is upstairs. I see people upstairs. That is a probability that 90% of those upstairs came late. So my branch chairman, did you come late? Solidarity. So, comrades, I'm extremely delighted to be in our midst today. I thank first the Zonal chairman and the ZECOM for putting this program together. I mean, looking at the beautiful hall, looking at the displays, I know clearly that a lot of thought must have gone into this. You know, when you see programs like this, you just think that, it's quite easy. No, if you've organized a program before, if you've organized an event before, you know how difficult it is. Financially, and also in terms of creativity, and in terms of the manpower and the time that is dedicated into putting programs like this together. When I came in, I asked the what? The energy. Yes, correct. You are very correct. You know, when I came in, I also asked him, you know, the resource person, and he told me that our former president is around. I said, wow, you know, because he's one of the greatest resources that we have in Pengassan. What he's doing for us, a lot of us might not appreciate it. You know, when you teach theory and you blend theory with practical, you blend theory with experience that you have. I mean, he was Pengassan president over 20 years ago. He left 2005. This is 2026. That's 21 years ago. What that clearly means is that, I mean, the experience he gathered before becoming Pengassan president, being Pengassan president, and in the last 20 years is nothing that you can measure. I mean, it's difficult to measure it in a scale. And we thank him for all he has been doing. And I think the choice of Comrade Brown is always exceptional. I've listened to him severally over time. When I was the branch chairman, we're also engaging him a lot to come and teach us. And a lot of things that we have done in the last years is also because of the knowledge and the learnings we have also taken from him. So I enjoin us all to open our hearts, to listen to him, and to also, you know, take your pen, jot one or two things. When you come to functions like this, it's so difficult, human brain, to comprehend everything 100%. But if there are some lines you think that you can apply this to Pengassan, you can apply these leadership skills in leading members of Pengassan, or even your personal homes. Because at times, when we come to trainings like this, it is not just what we will apply to our branches. It is even much more what we will take, you know, personal reflections to amend our ways, to amend some of the things, some of the rough edges, to learn what are the best practices. So I have no doubt that it will be delivered and delivered excellently well. So for us at the national level, we are extremely proud of what the what the zone has been doing in Port Harcourt. In fact, between 2020 and 2023, we overworked in Port Harcourt because we were following up everything that was happening in Port Harcourt, trying to ensure that the right things were done. If a branch is doing CBA, we try to follow up to be sure that things are done accordingly, because we saw a lot of lapses, you know, within that period. We saw a lot of things that were not supposed to be. Most of them, I mean, time may not permit me to go into it, and I may not also want to go into it because of one reason or the other. But I could tell you that in the last 3 years, we have relaxed. In fact, all we see, because if things are not going well, the way Pengassan always work, if the Port Harcourt Zonal chairman is not working, if his executives, if they are not working, I will get pressure from the branch chairman. That is the way to measure it. There will be pressure from the branch chairman. The branch chairman will reach out to say, Presi, my CBA, this is not going well, that is not going well. Please send a national officer to come and help. That is how you know if a zone is working efficiently or not. And in Port Harcourt zone, as we know, over half of our branches reside in Port Harcourt. And I will tell you that in the last 3 years, I mean, every negotiation that the Port Harcourt Zonal chairman and his executives go, all they do is they will send us a national, they are about to sign CBA, this is where we are. If we have one or two inputs, we impute into it, but at the end, it has been successes upon successes and successes, you know, all the way. And you know, we've said this even in the CWC meetings that we've had over the last 3 years. We do refer to Port Harcourt as a zone that is truly working where the executives of the zone work for the people. Because for us, as we say, in Pengassan, two things, or in trade union, two things. One, how do you protect my job, and how do you improve my pay? Everything outside that could become political. But when it comes to the real function of how the pay slip of our members will be improved upon, and how the welfare packages could be improved upon, and how the jobs could be protected, I could say that to a very reasonable extent and to a very large extent, Port Harcourt Zone has performed creditably well. You know, someone asked, we had a retreat over the weekend somewhere in Lagos. You know, the NEC members, literally, they were there. And so when we were having some interaction, someone asked me, how do you know, how do you plan succession? How do you know that, Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C will perform well when you give them a higher responsibility? And the answer was very, very simple for us to give. That as a leader, when you interact with your people, you give them assignments, you give them specific tasks. When you give them those tasks, you check how are they performing in those responsibilities, how are they performing in those tasks. If they perform well, that is an elevation to a higher office. And that is why, by the grace of God, come August 22nd, we will all support the Port Harcourt Zonal Chairman to a higher office. True or false? If you agree with me, say aye. Aye. It don't finish now. No nay. So clearly for us, and we've said as well, and this is also a forum for me to say this. One of the things that over this period, in fact, somebody asked, which day is zonal election? Tomorrow. Somebody asked, there is a zonal election coming tomorrow, and that as of today, I'm not even sure I've seen any postal. Has anybody printed a postal? Unlike what do happen in the past. I told people it is not about anything, but it's about the trust in leadership. It's about performance. It's about delivery. And I also said as well that when you deliver, when people check their pay slip, they check when you came in, and they check where they are today. When they check and they see that remarkable difference, and when they also look back, they know that maybe some redundancies that were to take place in their place of work, how you managed it, how their jobs were protected. See, what people do ask for are not really too much, in all honesty. When you do the basic, when you elevate it even a little bit above the threshold, when people trust you, they trust your judgment. When you say, okay, I think we should go in certain direction, people tend to listen to you. Because over the years, they have seen that you are not doing things based on religion, you are not doing things based on ethnicity, you are not doing, you are a Christian, you are a Muslim, you are Hausa, you are Yoruba, you are Igbo, is immaterial. The material thing is, do you have the capacity to improve my pay slip? Do you have the ability to protect my job? I think that should be the mantra for Pengassan of today and for Pengassan of tomorrow. It does not matter where the person that is going to lead us tomorrow is from. No. But what matters truly and truly is the ability for the people to deliver. Is the ability for them to move Pengassan from where Pengassan is today to a higher height and to a higher glory. That should be our focus. And I wish to thank every member of the zone for the trust that they have reposed both in the zonal leadership and also the national leadership. Because, since 2023 and even today, the kind of unity that has been enjoyed in the organs of Pengassan, the CWC, the NEC, and the delegate conference. Within this period, we've done 3 delegate conferences, and at the end of the day, we all moved in the same direction. So it does not necessarily mean that people will not ask questions. People ask questions, but when they see that you are transparent, when they see that you are truthful, and when they see that you are leading them aright, there are less rancor. I have said this. and I said this last week as well. I said this last weekend as well. That the reason that in the past we have a lot of katakata in Pengassan, it is because majorly, not attributed to that alone, because no matter what you do, you will still have people that will not, that will still have some level of dissentment, which is okay, it is fine. But majorly, the reason, I asked myself, when I was branch chairman in 2015, I knew then to even wear red shirt, to even agitate in my office, you cannot do it. In fact, to even close gates was something that was extreme. We do such thing when maybe the CWC are traveling to California, traveling to wherever. That is when we'll quickly just do agitation to get one or two things that we can get. But in the last 6 years, I encourage branches. I'm the one that we will call the branch and say, what are you doing? You have to start an industrial action because we have done A, we have done B, we have done C. We have dragged them everywhere. We've gone to Ministry of Labor. We've written to NMPC. The management remains adamant. But this is the direction that we should go. We pushed the branch chairman to even get some things done. But in our time, such support was not existing. So that is why, these and many more, when the chairman, when they see that you truly mean well for them, when they see that you are truly there to protect, in fact, at a time, the then General Secretary, Mba Okubawa, called me and said that every time Port Harcourt zone strike, that is it only George Woko that is zonal chairman? And I said, no, that is not like that. That in each of these strikes that I'm aware, there is no leader, union leader, that wants strike. It's so, because the energy you put into strike is too much. You don't sleep. The day we shut down, I saw Fubara now, Indorama. The day we shut down Indorama, for the first time in their history, there was nobody. In fact, my phone for 2 days, I had to switch off my phone for 2 days. From the Secretary to the Government of Federation, to the Vice President of the country, to Femi Gbajabi Amila, they kept bombing my phone. I had to tell Port Harcourt Zonal Chairman that no, I need to switch off my phone because the pressure is enormous. So, do I want to subject myself, or does he want to subject himself to that kind of pressure? The answer is a no. So that is why nobody will just wake up to say, let's go on strike. No. It is after you have exhausted everything that becomes the last option. And as a union leader, don't be scared to take that last decision to say, no, I have done A, B, C, and D. So the last thing we need to do is to call for an industrial action. And for almost 3, 4, 5 days, that plant was down. It is not our joy to say, let's shut down the plant. No, it is because the people refuse to do what was right. The often example I do give is also a company called ExxonMobil. We all know ExxonMobil. In 2020, when we came on board, the MD ran to us, and the MD told us that they have challenge in ExxonMobil. We said, what was that? He said, because they had a debt that they needed to pay over the years, but their HQ told them to write it off. So their books are not looking good in 2020. That's why we need to help them. Then we just came on board. We said, okay, we called the branch, we called everybody, we looked at it and said, okay, this year we'll make some concession. But remember, tomorrow we come, when you'll be called upon to do what is right. They agreed with us and we left. 2 years down the line, in 2022, they made the highest profit in Nigeria. The highest profit since ever been in Nigeria was made in 2022. So we now said, okay, the same MD, the same us. We said, okay, MD, come and do, remember 2 years ago, we did this for you, so it's your responsibility now to do the highest negotiation in the industry. Elder, I salute you. That is your responsibility now to do what is right. The MD said no. He started giving excuses upon excuses upon excuses. Remember, 2 years ago we made sacrifice, right? But this year now, you have to do what is right. They refused. That now led to an industrial action that shut down the entire ExxonMobil facilities for almost 18 days or thereabout. And at the end, they did even much more than what we were telling them to do. So the question is that, why didn't you do it? So the question was, why didn't you do it when, during the peace time? In my branch, for example, in 2023, there was massive devaluation. We were negotiating. We told them in the branch that, okay, do this percentage. Don't worry, we can talk to the guys. They refused. They refused. We had meetings with the MD over 5 times to try to pressure him, try to explain to him. They refused. It led to an industrial, then Total Energies was producing 450,000 barrels per day, the highest producer in Nigeria. It led to a fracas, an industrial action that led to the shutdown of Total Energies facility. First, for 2 weeks, we went to NNPC, we resolved, we signed an agreement. Immediately the MD left there. The MD charged the agreement. He charged the agreement. We had another shutdown again for almost 18 days. So combined in 2023, the facilities were shut down for over 30 days. But finally, the MD did even 10% more than what we were telling him, that if you do this, there won't be disagreement. There won't be industrial action. So the question is this: why will the MD wait for us to have such industrial action that led to, if you multiply 450,000 barrels by the price per barrel as at then, you will realize the significant money lost, not just to them, but also to Nigeria as a country. But finally, what now happened was that the MD did 10% more than what we actually were telling him before the industrial action. So some of the reasons I'm saying this is because some of our managements are here. At times, we are not unreasonable. I mean, most times, we are not unreasonable. We are very reasonable. But the question is that even within that reasonability, when we come to you, because we always go with facts. When we made Total Energies, we went with facts. These are the facts. You have budgeted in January that you are going to spend, let's assume, $100 million for your employee cost. But devaluation occurred to no fault of the employees. And now you are now spending about $50 million. So the question is that the other $50 million, you have budgeted it. It actually belongs to the employees. So we are not even saying, give us everything. But from that $50 million, do what is reasonable for the employees. But you refused. You still want it to be business as usual. But when we now had a massive industrial action, you now did even much more than what the people were asking for. So literally, that is the challenge that we have faced in the last 3 years. When, also on our part, we have also reined in on our members. When we have members who ask for things that are unreasonable and not supported by data, not supported by data, we also try to call them to explain to them that no, the data that you have provided does not support what you are requesting for. So we must create that balance. We must create that balance. When we have members whose expectation is, we call them and explain. When we have management who wants to, we call them, but at times when this management refuse to do what was right. And I give it to NNPC. So when we had negotiations with them last year, immediately we brought the data from other IOCs. We sat down with the management and we told them, no, these are the data. Look at, these are your partners. They did A, they did B, they did C, they did D. And because they've done this is our expectation for you to do. It took civil conversation, marrying the data that we have submitted vis-a-vis the company profitability and the ability to also pay. Because what we asked for was much more than what was finally done, but what was done was quite appreciable. And in the history of the company, such has never been done during negotiation before. You say? One of them did there. Elder. Forever. So management could be reasonable, really. And one thing about the union is that when a management is reasonable today, tomorrow the union will remember. And management, when the union is reasonable today, you should also remember tomorrow. Tomorrow when they come, like the case of ExxonMobil I have explained, it was very clear. So there must be that balance. So management, we are not happy to always go, industrial action, shutting gate. No, that is not our preference. As it takes toll on you, it's also difficult for us because truly we pass through pressure, we don't sleep, the time to plan, it's not our preference in any way. And for the union leaders, before we start any industrial action, we must get our books clean. There is no single industrial action that we have done in the last 6 years that we went outside that we have ever lost. We have never lost anyone, even when it goes to mediation. The reason is because before we do any industrial action, we must keep our records. It's key. You write first letter, they reply you. You write the second one, they reply you. You escalate to the partners. You call them to intervene. They intervene. Management refused to do. So you keep everything. When the chiefs are now down, and when people are now asking, all you just need to do is to do a 1-page or a 1-paragraph summary. Cascade all the things, you've done this, you've done this, you've done this, you've done this. And at the end, do you think it is easy actually to shut down production of 450,000 barrels for 30 days in Nigeria when 60% of that or more belongs to federal government? It's not easy. The government too will put you under pressure. But by the time they come and you have all your facts, you have all your data, all you just need to do is to send it to them. In fact, in the ExxonMobil's case, when they were resolving it, they drove the MD from the room. Yes. They told him that he's stupid, I should leave the room. In fact, finally, the MD was sacked. The MD was sacked, finally. Yes, he was fired because he was unreasonable. He was fired. So, what helps you in those conversations is actually data. What helps you is to follow the process as much as possible. It's not just to wake up and say you want to shut down. In the case of Total Energies, when we went out, we took all the documents. DGDSS, NSA, they were all calling. But we did a 1-page paragraph. In fact, for them, the most unreasonable party was Total Management. So that is the state you want to be. Not the state where when you go out, they will say, oh no, unions, you are unreasonable. No. So you must always dot the I's and cross the T's. So before I take my seat, I want us to give 3 goza to the entire zonal leadership of Port Harcourt Zone for the wonderful job they've done in the last 3 years. 1, 2, go. Goza. 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 Thank you so much.
The president is on his seat now, and you may all be seated, please. Presi, thank you very much. Thank you for bringing us to the end of the workshop. You have saved our time. With your permission, we may now say the closing prayer. Presi respects his predecessors, so because he's the godfather leading the group of facilitators, we shall progress to the workshop. President, before you walked in, we were about to introduce the godfather. So you did the introduction of the workshop, because I'm sure that especially our HR reps. I'm looking at some of them with my side eye. They are taking notes. And I'm sure that going away from this place, they'll probably be better than they came in. And that is the whole essence of the workshop, for us to live better than we came in. President, before you walked in, we were talking about the VUCA world, a fast-changing world where we currently live in. And so we deemed it fit to talk about the theme of our event, navigating change. I'm happy that there are consultants of yesteryears in the room. The current world we live today, yesterday's solutions don't address today's problems. And so we are happy that they are also in this room to take lessons from no other person than the man we were trying to introduce. He was the former president of Pengassan, a former Deputy President General 1 of the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria. He was also a former president of the Institute of Mediators and Conciliators of Nigeria. He is a seasoned mediator, trainer, and manager with a unique focus on workplace conflicts in the oil and gas sector. He retired from the Group Human Resources Division of the NNPC, as he was known then, as the Employee Relations Manager. While in service, he successfully mediated and resolved industrial relations disputes in the oil and gas industry, thereby saving the country high costs that would have been incurred due to industrial actions. He occupied so many positions in the industry because of his wealth of experience while he was in service and even outside service, even today. He is the founder and lead facilitator of Accolade Independent Mediators Limited, a consulting firm he established to promote peace in the society. He is a member of the panel of neutrals at the Edo State Multi-Door Courthouse and the High Court, Benin City, and an on-call mediator for the UN Global Mediator Panel, GMP. He is an author and happily married with children. I have been talking about no other than the Godfather himself, Dr. Louis Brown Ogbeifun. May we rise and welcome him to the podium for the workshop. Let's keep clapping, let's keep clapping. He is the Godfather. Please get your pen, paper ready to tap from the experience that is coming to teach us. Thank you, sir.
Please be seated, comrades. Solidarity. Solidarity. Great Pengassan. Great Pengassan. Great Mangassan. Women are great. Train a woman. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you. Yes, we just want to check whether the projection, whether it's linked. While we're doing that, let me respectfully, usually when they used to say that if you are the father of a king, if you don't want to dobale in the palace, don't go to the palace. Have you not been so? So the president is here, is our president. He may be younger, but that's the number one. And so you need to give him his respect. President Osifo, double president, I respect your office. I respect you for who you are, and thank you for what you are doing in the industry. First, let me say something about him before we conclude. Right from when he was the branch chairman, he became the producers chairman. He never stopped one day inviting me to his activities. For that one, I'm eternally grateful. Let me also respectfully Let me also respectfully congratulate Comrade Nwoko. Oh, sorry, I left Sir, Chief Eze, for all you have done for the zone. I am not surprised because Port Harcourt Zone has always produced very cerebral zonal chairman. I don't know how many of you know Ochonogo Sisi. He was my zonal chairman during our time. So you are known for that. And I want to congratulate you for keeping the flag flying. Thank you. So let me use him therefore. You know, those of us who are Christians, we say you use somebody as a point of contact to reach. So let me use him as a point of contact to reach all other ZECOM members. That we appreciate all of you in the room. I know that I breached one protocol because the national IRO is here and he's looking at me, Dr. Eze. But don't worry, it's because he's our landlord. And we need to be sure that we are still very safe to be here. I recognize Dr. Eze, the national IRO, and also all our national officers in the house. Okay, so thank you. Una take and go. Okay, is there. Okay, good. And that's very good. Thank you. One more thing, please. Sorry. And I was on Dr. Eze and all other national officers in there. Please, thank you so much for this time. I know that I'm taking a lot of time, but you don't want to breach protocol in this kind of place for so many, many reasons. Because, wait, okay, what I'm having, okay, you are projecting from there, but I want to follow my, can you go to the first slide, please? It's not, okay, fine. So I want to please, because of time, okay. Because of time, let me also recognize management here. And I'm going to be very selfish, talking about one person, because he's our own. Not just that. Am I right? That is Comrade. Can I remember? Wait. That's always seated. Comrade, thank you for what you've done for labor in these past decades. I still read you in contact group, the solidarity group. I'm on those groups, but I keep to be silent because I have a better brain there, talking to all of us. Thank you so much, Comrade Away. You're a great man. And for coming to this place, I want to appreciate you especially. So, Comrade, my comrade from NLNG, Jude, this is an example of how we should transform Pengassan, where we are going to have those who served in Pengassan becoming officers in the enterprise. Because you can't do it better than the legacy system, or those who occupy seats that time. Comrade President was talking about NMPC. One of the things that I work with NMPC is because most of the people in industrial relations were past union leaders. I was one. So I want to thank you for what you've done. And I'm not just thanking you because of what you are doing. I know that once in a while you also brought me to come and each time they bring me like that, some naira and cover will drop, isn't it? So let me be selfish about that. So our NEC and CWC members, I respect all of you. Our ZECOM members, I respect you. Comrades, the fourth realm of the estate, I also recognize that you are in the house. And without the comrades generally, there can be no leaders. So I also want to recognize all of you. Please put your hands together for yourselves while we go on. As a matter of fact, the president and the zonal chairman, they've done my job. It's like they peeped into my slide. Those days in primary school, they say, it be like they don't steal something from my book. You talked about transformation. You talked about the fact that we need to communicate effectively. You talked about integrity. You also talked about emotional intelligence. that should guide each and every one of us. And of course, that is exactly what we're going to be talking about at this time. So, distinguished comrades, here we are today. We're going to be talking about our journey. It is in understanding the periods that we are in. But because of time, let me just keep the agenda, all right? Because this is supposed to be the agenda that we're going to be following. Let me skip that and move on to the next slide. Don't worry, I'm trying to be, the old man and the new people, you get as it be with synergy, with, Understanding transition periods. First, the triple forces of change are simultaneously reshaping Nigeria's landscape. What are those changes? Somebody may ask me, what has politics got to do with what we are doing here? You are talking about comradeship, you are talking about works, and so on and so forth. Then we have energy transition, we have political transition, and we also have economic and just transition. All are simultaneously reshaping Nigeria's landscape. Let us start with the global energy shift. The world is moving from fossil fuels to renewables at a very accelerating pace. Nigeria is navigating oil dependency versus a green future. Pengassan members are the front line of this transformation, whether you like it or not. And the Nigerian energy mix, we have oil and gas, which accounts for almost 90% of Nigeria's export earnings. There is a federal push for energy diversification that is underway. Because when you look at the Decade of Gas initiative, the Gas Master Plan, and so many other plans like that, and of course, federal government is saying to us that they are going to use, fossil fuel as the basis for our transiting into the other thing, that is gas. Because when I say fossil fuel, people say they are moving away from fossil fuel. Gas is in the family of fossil fuel, Abi. So we are saying that we are going to use gas to do our own transition. You have the gas to power position as a critical bridge strategy for Nigeria. But however, there are certain things that will make certain policies change. If you look at the US today, when Trump told you that he doesn't believe in all this, about green energy philosophy, he doesn't believe in climate change, and he has pulled out of so many agreements. So transition is very, very key, therefore, for those of us in Pengassan. Because election outcomes will redefine labor and policy priorities. Ministries will directly also change some of those things that will affect union agreements. Regulatory shifts can erode or expand workers' rights. And so, where is the intersection in all this, therefore? So when political change aligns with energy policy shifts, unions face very much compounded pressure. That's the intersection. That's the nexus. That's why I'm saying that many people may think, oh, we're going to be discussing politics here. Once that policy changes about election, it depends on who is coming. They can decide to own the previous policies or decide to, rejig the policies for their own interest. So both forces operate simultaneously. And this is going to be the new normal because we are approaching election by next year. Therefore, preparedness is not what? Optional. It must be a thing that we are going to engage in. All right? So let's look at the strategic context. So the triple transition, reshaping Nigerian labor landscape. You are operating at the intersection of three simultaneous compounding things. And let us look at the first pillar, which is energy transition. There is the global decarbonization, which is accelerating. Nigeria is under pressure to diversify beyond fossil fuels, while oil and gas still powers 90% of export revenue. However, when you look at your companies, I don't know whether I'm right, but this is what I perceive, that shrinking permanent workforce in the upstream operations is likely to be the result. People are moving from the permanency, or those who we call, who are on the payroll, into precarious work. everywhere. Some will say, oh, it can't happen in oil and gas because we are special. I have seen it happen so many times. So the time to prepare for the war that will come in the future is where? Now. Yes, we thank God we have growth in LNG, gas to power and renewable sectors. But above all, I think we have skill obsolescence risk for traditional roles that we are playing. Because we are going to migrate. Technology is fast taking over some of these phases that we have. One key example I use most of the time that resonates with all of us is that in the past, you have underwater welders. I don't know what you call them, the palans. Today, do you still have most of them? And you know those days when you are looking for them, they are hard to get to. And even brag. But today what happens? Robots have been trained to do the job. Does it worry us as a union? Let's think about it. There are platforms in the world now manned by robots, managed by robots. Not even a single convenience. So when there is no convenience, it tells you that there is no human being. So they plan the what's it called? The turnaround maintenance from somewhere and perfect it in the platform, deep into the sea, no single human being. So what happens therefore to collective bargaining? Are you going to bargain for a platform that has no human being? Think about it. Think about it. So these are some of the things that will shape the thinking of those who are coming after President Osifo. There are new employers, new contracts, new rules of engagement. And we need to know what those rules are. So let's go to pillar number 2, which is political transition. Nigeria's 4-year electoral cycle reshuffles labor policy. Please take note of that. I think I'm very comfortable when I mention Ngige, for instance. When he came, many of you saw what happened in Ministry of Labor. As a matter of fact, at a point in time, I think he saw Pengassan as an enemy. And they were not relating. So that tells you that with each transition in politics, who occupies that seat is very, very important. And so we must put on our thinking cap, therefore, just like Chino Achebu said that Eneke the bird had promised that as long as the hunter will learn to fly, shoot without missing, we too will need to do what? Begin to fly without perching. That's very, very important to us as union leaders. So it's going to shape labor policy, ministry leadership, and regulatory priorities, creating a moving target for union strategy. Which means, as you are moving to catch up with them, something else happens. You are going to have new ministers of petroleum and labor after each election, except you are very fortunate if whosoever comes decide to retain the ministers, which I doubt so much. Because what happened under Buhari may never happen again in Nigeria, where ministers are going to be there for 8 years, I doubt. PIA implementation. I perceive that there may be potential reversal or acceleration of policy rejig, and it has started. Some time ago, our president decided to, by the stroke of the pen, issue executive order that changed certain things. Budget reprioritization from companies to the government of the federation. And there is going to be union posture swings. And that is why in every transition, you find out that there is an adversarial relationship on the new people settle down at work. All right? So, pillar number 3, that is economic and just transition. There are going to be structural transformation driven by subsidy removal, because that subsidy removal that was done, the effect will still linger on for some time. The Naira devaluation and the fiscal consolidation in redefining what work tools like for every Nigerian worker is going to happen. And there have been real wage erosion as inflation outpaces pay awards. There is going to be rise of contract and gig-style employment models. And therefore, Pengassan must begin a just transition demands that no worker is left behind. You see why I had to put that just shortly. I also don't know how this Mr. President, President Sifo, I know that as of today, unfortunately, I didn't touch base with the General Secretary to know how many we are in the country today. But I know that we are far above maybe what is there. You can see Nigerian export earnings. You can see Pengassan memberships, all right? I said over 100 branches because I'm not too sure of whether we are at that one. So since I say it's above 100, it means that whatever I relate with there, nobody will flog me here, all right? Then we've been about 48 years. That was 1978 when we were created by the law. And sector divestment has recorded close to $3 billion, and we have 4 zones. We decided to put the sector divestment and recall why it is important to us. Some of the divestment that has happened, I am sure you know who the buyers were. Some have been happy, some do not have unions in their organization. That is a topic for another day. But most of them, I think under President Sifo, they're trying to at least get all of them to be unionized. So let us go to energy transition. It is what shapes our policy. Please, Pengassan, don't hesitate. Because if you allow it to happen without a retrospective or retroactive, it is going to be a little bit difficult. When you are going to be chasing it, instead of you being part of the formulators. So it means that you need to engage NEITI, NUPRC, NNPCCL, NMDPRA, NCDMB, and as a matter of fact, I will expect whosoever is coming after President Osifo to submit, a formal position to any of the political parties that want to take part in this election. We want to see your blueprint on decommissioning timelines, workforce retention rates in our industry, and the green jobs, all right, creation, worker retention rate, and so on and so forth. We need to negotiate just transition clauses. That is new, and that should be taken care of. How do we do that? Ensure that every CBA renegotiation includes a just transition annex covering retraining obligations. I keep saying that from our end, Naira and Kobo should no longer dictate our CBA. As a matter of fact, when you involve or engage management to invest in skill acquisition for people, they will be the beneficiaries at the end of the day. For instance, how many of us, if you don't know, there are AI tools that are now directing negotiation outside Nigeria. All these our face you negotiation is being eroded by what AI. All you need is to put in an AI tool, for instance. It's going to tell you what has happened within Pengassan and in the last 20 years. But it's not going to tell you the emotive aspect of it. Therefore, if any company wants to emplace or establish such things that will help in negotiation, the just transition there is for you to now tell them, can we see the blueprint? Can we begin to talk of the legal implications on our people? Can we begin to put on committees that both of us can begin to review what this AI is going to do? So that's what I mean by that engagement and by that new blueprint that you are going to put in place. So you need to champion green skills development. Partner with ITF, NAPTIN, PTDF to retrain members in solar. Somebody can laugh and say, what do you mean by that? Mr. President, I'm sure that your company started this long ago with solar. And the question I keep asking most of the time is, when they now finally say that we want to go into solar, renewable energy, but we are into natural oil and gas, isn't it? What are we going to be calling it? Some can decide to go into communications and say, we want a division of this, our company, to go into communication. And that's what we are going to sell to Nigeria. So do they still belong to Pengassan or not? I don't have the answer, but this is the time to start working towards all those. You find out that Total changed to Total Energy, isn't it? So are we contemplating a name change in line with the modern realities of going into all those things? I mean, I'm only challenging your minds to start thinking of what to do when you get to that particular place. Because like the communication companies, all the communication, unions will come after you. That's sorry, this communication outfit is not going to be in Pengassan. So you are going to be talking therefore about boundaries, all right, when that time comes. And we need to start working seriously towards it. So I'm only challenging you, Mr. President, that this is one of the things you might need to hand over to those who are going to come after you. Oh, sorry. Okay, that's where we are. Now we are going to talk about the political transition. You know, I'm taking them in stages and in phases about what you are supposed to do with each one. Now, pre-election manifesto engagement. This is the time to start thinking about it. Pengassan must engage politicians. We can no longer shy away from it. They wouldn't like you. And because I have seen that transition periods are usually very delicate for us. And I'll give you some examples, just like President Osifo had given you examples of what happened in the past. In 1993, who can remember what happened in 93? June 12, isn't it? How many people can remember that Pengassan went on nationwide strike on June 7? Not many people can still remember. It was planned by NMPC group. We were supposed to do our collective bargaining, but we did not know that the military had told the MD then to hands off everything about union. So we were accusing our management. But what the union people did then was not to start talking about collective bargaining or negotiation. But what they did was to use DPR, that you must create the new DPR, which is now NUPRC. That was what we were canvassing for them, because they just talked DPR into a small corner in Ministry of Petroleum Resources. So that time we now say they need to give autonomy to DPR. They need to stop certain things. No privatization of this. But what was in between and underneath the iceberg was the fact that there was no negotiation that was supposed to be carried out. And guess what? I think Chukwumerije was the communication minister then. And that is why we need to be careful what we do during transition. He went to all the Nigerian press, and before we knew it, they published both end and unearned earnings of NMPC workers. As soon as we were stepping out of our office, the Nigerians started pelting our bosses with stones. They said, "Now they earn like this, now because at that day, that June 7, June 8, Nigeria was almost shut down. And what happened to us? The military, we didn't know that the military didn't want to go. But we thought that with that action, military would say, go and talk to these people because we want this, democracy to thrive the way we have conceptualized it. We thought they were going to hand over, not knowing that they were looking for a reason not to hand over. And it seems that they got that reason by that strike. So the military was applauding behind, we didn't know. MK Abiola and his own team said, we're sabotaging democracy. Do you see it? So head or tail, we're losers between military and the the Nadeco people. So what did we do? Somebody came to Falomo where we were negotiating with management and said, you people are still here. If by tomorrow, which was Wednesday, you guys don't finish what you are doing here and go back, they were going to carry all of you, and if possible, they are going to charge you with economic sabotage or political or treason, and so on and so forth. I can't tell you what we went through, because by the time we called that thing off, people thought we were giving envelopes from Lagos. But if we did not, some of us were going to be killed, because I was involved, and I can tell you, history will judge us when it comes to that. So transition periods have been periods that I have tested as a union, and I can caution, therefore, that we need to be very careful what we are doing. Another one happened in 2015. How many of us knew there was a strike? That thing started from MPDC of old, when people were buying crude and they were not paying. And the MPDC union started a very innovative approach to it. They were telling us, they went to national, and at the end of the day, there was a strike that followed because of NMPC pension. That's where I'm coming to. But what started it was because people were taking crude, all right? They were not paying. It involved the national. At the end of it all, Desiani came in as the minister. She was able to, negotiate. And that was where, is it 4% for DPR that they were going to use in funding them then? It was that time that thing was approved. It was at that 2015. But however, there was a bad luck for NMPC. Usually when NMPC negotiated, the president would need to sign, because the president was the minister and the governing council, the governing board chairperson. They refused to sign, and when Jonathan was leaving, I cannot forget that statement. Join the transition working group as a partner. Submit written member impact assessment within 14 days. Frame engagement as partnership, not obstruction. That's exactly what I want to say, Mr. President. We don't need to be change blockers. We need to be change agents. Because there are opportunities in some of the challenges that we have. You need to start framing engagement as partnership, not obstruction. Put all requests in writing with timestamps. I have seen that some branches, because they trust their management, they have what they call gentlemanly agreement. They say, okay, we met yesterday, it was late, we couldn't put it into, into writing. By the time they come the following day, everything don't change. No matter how late is it in the night, you must sign off what you have agreed upon. The fourth pillar is negotiate transfer protections. Minimum of 12-month job retention guarantee, which I think we need to put our hands together for our national officer. I think they've done so well in this area. I'm only reinstating it because I know that in so many companies, they've done divestments and no job losses. But after some time, they call the union to the table to say, we want to discuss. Pension and benefit continuity with new operators, union recognition clause binding an acquirer, retrenchment package clause if redundancy occur. All terms should be in signed, legally binding schedule. The last pillar there is post-transfer monitoring. Track promise headcounts and pay parity. Monitor CBA adherence by new operator. Escalate breaches to all that. Those in, either NSC partnership or TUC or relevant. Public findings to members. Now, the 5 pillars to keep Pengassan strong through any transition is 1, intelligence early warning, which also I said before, legal preparedness, member communication, real-time updates must be given. Coalition building. I don't know what happens to Pengassan, but I know that at a point it was a little bit strong in the industry. But you also know that Nupeng is also facing very hard times. More so that they are no longer recruiting the junior cadre into the oil and gas. But we cannot fail in carrying them along in all we are doing. All right? Solidarity amplifies leverage. What about financial results? I know that the national has what we call emergency funds or welfare, but I don't know whether most branches have it. This is time to start thinking about it. It is not a time to use check of dues for thank you for branch officers. No. We are going to be in a tough that you really need your check of dues for real-time emergencies because you never can tell what will happen in the future. National has Solidarity Fund. Member welfare during disruptions is also very key. Now, let us briefly take the one that I said you need to work on, protecting workers on the margins. Who are the precarious workers? You already know, outsourced workers, contract staff, daily paid workers, fixed term and project-based employees, artisans, and so on and so forth. But do you know that we have about 40 to 60% of oil and gas site workforce that are non-permanent as of today? These workers have no CBA coverage by default. And I think what most management have leveraged on is the fact that they have successfully made labor contracts and turned them into service contracts. We need to start interrogating such processes. The risks they face, no job security or redundancy protection. But please let me mention, comrades, it is in the world today, outsourcing is a global phenomenon. You cannot erase it, you can't do anything about it. All right? We need to understand that. But we can make their conditions better. That's what I am talking about. Because don't go there and say you want to fight that there cannot be contract employment anymore. All over the world, some people even prefer contract employment because they don't want to be bogged down by your pensionable jobs. They want to move on, negotiate the next agreement so that they can make more money. Okay? So, most of them are excluded from pension and healthcare schemes. But I think there is a company that I went to some time ago, NLNG, let me use that as a query, where you had to query, where you brought in all those what do I call them? The contractors, third-party contractors. And I saw that you asked them to come and defend what they were doing with health care benefits, what they were doing with pension, and so on and so forth. That is an eye-opening experience for me. And I think that is the kind of thing that others should need to go and copy from the LNG. I know that other companies have it, but because I have not been to you, so I may not understand. So invite me so that I can see what you're doing. So, what is the union pathways to coverage? Pengassan organizing drives, contractor camps, and service farms. Advocate for contract staff inclusion in all these. Partner with NUPENG, like I've said. Push operators to convert long tenure contracts to, I think we may not be able to do that because of the shortness of their contract lifespan. Because the job is tied to their contractual agreement with the main company. But whichever way it is, let us remember that everybody has to be treated at least as human beings. Dignity of job. Because we know that ILO talks about decent work. And decent work is not just about the pay. I know very well that there are some organizations, once unions just make noise, they just remove some of their members, put them in, in one department that is not going to be, so that they are not functioning. And when you come, they say, but these people sign registers. We also pay check-off dues. Remember that banking started just the way of this. Pengassan definitely can't go that way. Reskilling and transition pathways. Pengassan skills and transition registry document members' competencies, and we need to help our members. All right? Green retrainings, like I said, solar retraining, PIA, partnerships, and so on and so forth. This is very, very important. So as I wind down, what transition-ready leaders do differently? They communicate early and very often. 2, they stay policy literate. It is no longer a situation where you cannot quote the relevant laws. Every branch chairman is supposed to know the sections of the PIA, the labor laws, and some areas of Trade Union Act and Trade Disputes Act. That is where management is very, very strong. Number 3, negotiate proactively. Don't react to change. Position the union before decisions are made. Protect vulnerable members first. All right? Build management's trust. That is, again, very, very key. When managers know that you have a commercial mindset and that you can help them manage the organizations, they are likely to trust you. But management, don't think it will come like Peter and light. A union leader that you have not trained to know something or rights and privileges and know the differences, don't expect them to behave like commercial mindset managers. So training is also what? It's also very key to bring up that competencies of the people that are going to be managing our members. Document everything. Meetings, minutes, agreements, verbal commitments, and all record. Invest in yourself. And I use myself as an example. I don't know whether it will help you. I left Pengassan House, like my president said, about 21 years ago. The only thing that I did when I was in service and in Pengassan was that I continuously invested in my brain. In 2004, for instance, I spent about 4,999 pounds to do CEDA accreditation in the UK. Multiply that by the number of naira as of today. That was money that my colleagues used in buying Prado, buying land and building, because that time land in Ekman was about 10,000 per. But we decided to use, and as of today, I'm still upskilling, even in my 70s. All right? So, what will make you, therefore, not to be vibrantly educated? I'm not talking about going back to school. There are so many things you can do online today, free of charge. It is when you want the certificate, you need to pay a token for it. Don't wait until you are trained. Don't wait to be trained by that management. For you to be, recognized later in life and be useful to society and be able to also, because in the next few years, we want people to be here while we sit down, when the legs can no longer move the way it should be. And we say, when you invite me that time, I'm just coming to eat, drink, sleep, and listen to the younger ones. Are we really ready? Ask yourself. I'm here before you because of what Pengassan did for me, and because I had the innate motivation to also help myself. Please understand all that. Then, Ladies and gentlemen and comrades, you need to at least try to go to PLs. Management staff, I beg. You see all those labor summits you go, I am begging of you. I don't know how many people have attended PLs here. That is a wonderful forum by Pengassan. It's a learning process by Pengassan. Your members can't come back and be the same because there are new things they are going to take home, just like we are doing here today. So in representing your members when it matters, this is time, and these are the concrete strategies. Know your members, all right? You need to ensure that the grievance systems are working. You need to put on welfare and social protection. You need to be very visible with advocacy, all right? And we can't stress that enough. Right. What I am going to leave with you today, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished comrades, transitions are inevitable. It's just like change. They will always come. Your preparedness is not an option. It's a what? It's a choice. The 0 to 90-day post-election window is your highest leverage moment. Use it when the new government comes into place next year. You must bother them with your own policy framework before they settle in. You know, usually, like I said, the 100 days, you must put in something before the 100 days comes. Divestment creates both risks and opportunities. Only the informed union leaders can capture both. Don't always see divestment as a what? As a risk. At times, there are huge opportunities. The 5 resident pillars are your operational framework. Score and act on your branch weaknesses. As you go back home, branches should have a spreadsheet where they ask themselves, where do we want to take our company to in the next 5 years? Where do we want to take Pengassan to in the next 5 years? Member trust is earned through consistent representation, especially when things are uncertain. Pengassan 48-year legacy is your foundation. The union's future depends on what you do next after today. I say your voice matters. The strength of a union is not in its documents. It is in the collective wisdom of its members. Now is your time to speak. We got this one from one of the speeches. I don't know the president that gave this on, is in one of your websites. The union makes us strong, but only when real leaders lead. The union makes us strong, but only what? When real leaders lead. There are leaders and there are leaders. Lead with courage, especially those who are incoming. We have seen that Osifo could lead with courage. And one of the things I want to refer to here is that people forget the pay that has improved tremendously. Whether you like it or not, that is the truth. But what people are seeing today is the disciplinary area where they say, oh, people have been punished and so on and so forth. Let me tell you, even with the punishment or the dissolution or the suspension, I asked branch chairmen here that are honest. Who makes the national constitution? Pengassan members. Who are the people in the NEC and CWC? Pengassan members. Because before you can change anything in the constitution, there must be a national delegates conference. True or false? And it will have gone through CWC, it will have gone through NEC, then it will go through delegate conference. So if you want to change anything in the lifestyle of what you don't like in what this administration has done, where will be the foundation for you now? Change that area of the constitution. You may not be able to change it in this delegate conference or whatever it is, but you can begin to prepare for it. So whatever the Osifo-led CWC has done is because they leveraged on the constitution passed by branch chairmen and delegates. And if you want to undo anything about it, use your voters card in our delegates conference. Because we also have a delegate conference where you vote. Negotiate with evidence. I think the president said that. Data, very important. Represent with integrity. Don't negotiate and say solidarity, EWOE into the pocket. We know. And then we keep saying it. Management know those who are very principled in negotiation. They also know those who represent themselves in negotiation table. Let us negotiate with integrity. Pengassan, I want to tell you today, with or without you, transition is happening. Energy sector, political sector, and we also talked about the transition, execution. You need to choose to be at the table right now, not tomorrow. The future of Pengassan is in this room. Is there anybody that agrees with me? As you set out to elect new leaders in the next 24 hours, do not vote based on sectional affiliations, but on the foundation that those you vote for shall be capable of defending the jobs of members and improving their welfare, because sickness, poverty, and hunger do not respect race, religion, color, tribe, or social affiliations. Pengassan mandate is not to resist transition. It is to ensure that every transition is a just transition for its members. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you sincerely for listening to me. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Solidarity, a well-seasoned, well-respected elder. Please, round of applause again for... This is an encyclopedia walking. Thank you very much, sir, for coming to Port Harcourt Zone and really being a blessing to us. At this point in time, I would like to invite our president to come and give a response. Please, solidarity. Let's put hands together for our able president. I know one sing that song again.
Solidarity. Solidarity. Great Pengassan. Please, I want us to give another resounding applause to our teacher, our mentor, our father. So, one of the things we try, when there are lectures like this, we try to jot few things and to give, I was just thinking, because since Godfather has given lectures, I have never responded. Yeah, it's tactical. But if it's another person, I will respond. So, listening to him, I just felt, very brilliant presentation, excellent positions taken. But just a way to not really responding to him, but to educate us on few things. The reason is because, we are in transition period, all right? So the leadership is transiting, the new one is coming in, starting from the zone tomorrow, and the national in about 2 weeks plus from now. So that is actually the reason I want to state few things so that some of us here will also learn from what is being done or what has been done. And for those that are going to take the helm of affairs tomorrow, you will also improve on whatsoever foundation that has been laid. So one of the things we discovered when we came on board was actually that over the years, one of the things that we have been pursuing in Pengassan is contract staff. We have to staff them. So when I was a branch chairman in Total Energies in 2015, so when we go to NEC meetings, all we were hearing in NEC meetings was, how do we convert, contracts to staff, right? But we discovered that over this time, it is always, that was our focus. Because it was our focus, we were not paying attention to their welfare. We were much more focused on conversion. And that conversion rarely happens. So when we came, we felt that, yes, as much as we are talking about that, but let's pay a little more attention on their welfare. So that was why most of our contract branches, we started intervening in their negotiations. Because at the end of the day, your bank account doesn't know if you are a contract staff or you are a permanent staff. But what the bank account knows is there is money in it, and you are able to take care of the family. So we were now focused on that. In fact, just yesterday, Chevron contract, they are doing their negotiation. That we had conversation with the in-house chairman, and just as I was there now, the ED, the director of HR in Chevron contract, sent me, the people have been on the table for over 2 months, all right? But they got to a brick wall. So from the National Secretariat, we are trying to intervene to see how to improve on their welfare. So if you check where the contract staff were like 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, and you check where they are today, it's a remarkable difference. It's because we felt that let us be paying a little more attention to the contract staff welfare. Because some of these staff, they are actually permanent staff, because some of them had worked for like 25 years. Like, how many years have you worked, total contract chairman? 15 years. Comrade Isaac, how many years? 22 years. So Comrade Isaac had worked for 22 years, but they call him labor contract staff. You understand? And there are a lot of them like that. I had a colleague that was very close to me he's still very close to me in the office. He was employed in 2005. So that's 21 years. So let's pay. So tomorrow, for those of you coming in, comrades, yes, as we are shouting that let's improve on the welfare, let's convert, which is okay, legitimate, but let's pay much more attention on their welfare. It is key, because if their welfare is improved, their job is already secured in this category. Someone working for 20-something years, it's not a retirement, all right? But let's pay a little more attention on the welfare to move it from where it is today to a much higher level. Then also technical, the service contract. So one of the things we did, Godfather, was that in Total Energies, they were giving contract to different companies. This one, 20 members. This one, 15. This contractor, like that. So they now had almost about 100 service contract companies. One of the things we did was that, okay, you said something now, that if a bird, if hunter learns how to shoot, a bird will also learn, So what we did was that in Total Energies today, for example, we set up a branch called Tax. That tax branch in Total Energies brought all these contract companies together. So today in that tax branch, we have about 90 different companies forming a branch. They are service contract. So it's a branch. And last year, it was tough. It didn't come easily. With Total Management trying not to. But finally, they are a branch. They signed their first CBA last year. So the excuse was, no, there is a fixed contract. So because there is a fixed contract between Total Energies, NAPIMS, or NUIMS now, and the contractor, that they cannot vary the contract. We said no. It's human being that lives in NUIMS. It's human being. So we intervened, went to NUIMS, had conversations with them, came back. Finally, they did their first CBA that gave them some level of improvement in a contract that they said is fixed. So we are doing the same thing at Pengassan, the old Shell JV. We are doing the same thing. How many contractors are there? Where is it? 88 contractors, service contractors there. So now we are bringing all of them together to do exactly the same thing that we've done in Total Energies. One of the reasons we are doing this is that if you check what is the reason that management is making them contract, not to pay them well. But if you keep pushing their welfare, to a level, it will become disincentive for management to keep balkanizing the workforce. Because if they were hiding that they cannot join union, so today they are in the union. If they were hiding that they cannot do CBA, today they are doing CBA. So the fire, they are in the union today, they are doing CBA, their welfare is being improved, then tomorrow, there is no incentive for management to now keep, doing that contract stuff. So that is what has actually been done regarding that. But there are still other companies, because we started with Total Energies, moved to Renaissance. In Chevron, there are still some companies in Chevron. In fact, in Total Marketing downstream. So I'm saying this so that we'll record this so that tomorrow, when new leadership comes, we take it off from there. But the model has been established. That's one. Then secondly, on the divestment, what Godfather said is apt. In fact, one of the things that we did was that when the divestment was coming, we had a meeting with the NUPROC management, telling them that divestment is coming. You have 4 pillars. You are saying that they should show you financial capability. You are saying that they should show you technical know-how. You have defined the 4 pillars. But we now told them that you have to add the 5 pillars. You have to add the 6th one. They now said, what was that? We now said that you will not sign the the document for a company divesting, mostly in an operated asset, if there is no agreement between the company and Pengassan. So that was added as the 6th pillar. So that was added as the 6th pillar. So that was what actually helped us. In fact, when Oando concluded their conversation with ENI, it was not approved by NUPROC, then led by Komolafe, insisting that we need a document between you and Pengassan, maybe and a certificate from Ministry of Labor. So Ministry of Labor will not issue that certificate until there is an agreement. And part of what we did in that agreement was that it wasn't just like the one with Oando, the one with Seplat. It was not just the staff. It wasn't just the permanent staff. If you check the agreement, you will see protection for the permanent staff. You will see protection for the contract staff. You will see protection for the third-party contractor. Whereby, first, Pengassan will remain a going, because we also learned from experience. Because part of the challenge that happened in the earlier divestment in Shell was that when the companies were divested, there was no unions in those companies. It took us a lot. A company like ND Western, it took us almost like several years for us to bring union there. So part of what was signed in the agreement is that, first, the CBA of the old company will be protected for the permanent staff. The CBA of the contract staff will be protected. So they signed, so we did not just sign the agreement alone with, for example, Ajip that was divesting. No, we insisted that the agreement must be signed by the seller and the buyer. We also insisted that from day one, the day the new buyer is taking over, that the CBA name will be changed to that of a new buyer. For example, the day they took over in Oando, the next day, the CBA of Ajip and Pengassan, we now redid it and brought it to Oando because it was part of the agreement. So Oando now signed that CBA. So from the beginning, it was not Ajip Pengassan agreement again. It now became Oando and Pengassan agreement. So with that, we were able to protect the welfare of members. Then in the agreement, some of the payouts that happened, we ensured that the payout is not just for the staff alone. It also went to the contract staff. In Ajip, it was signed, and they were paid. The same thing as well in Seplat. It was signed, and they were paid. But in Equinor, we didn't have contract staff in Equinor, so that one was a little bit easier. So the easiest way, comrades, just as Godfather said, that tomorrow, if there is divestment, so partnering with NUPROC had worked. Yes, no jobs were lost. Later on, the Oando came and said they want to do redundancy. But again, there was justification. Even if it was Ajip as a company, they could have. When you have a company, for example, in that company, their total production in Oando was about, in fact, around 30,000 barrels. But their staff strength was equivalent to Total Energies that was producing 450,000 barrels. I don't know if you understand. They were producing less than 10%, for example, of Total Energies. Then their staff strength was equivalent to Total Energies. So even if it was the parent Ajib company, they would have also come for redundancy. So outside that, every other one, they have maintained completely. I mean, even the redundancy they came, part of what we also did was that the years of service in the previous company was carried over. And one not really beautiful, one thing happening in the industry today is that if today, for example, in Total Energies, if management come and declare voluntary redundancy and make it open, I will tell you that over 50 to 60% of Total Energies staff will apply. So it's one of the problems we are having today in the industry because of the jackpot syndrome. Because if you come to Total Energies today, close to 70% of our colleagues, family lives abroad. So because our family lives abroad, those on rotation will work 28 days. The other 28 days is either UK, Canada, or US, or some even in Australia. So they travel. So now, when you bring redundancy, and there is plenty of money in it. So because there is plenty of money in it, and it's voluntary, a lot of people will opt in. In fact, if they do redundancy in Total Energies, they always hide it. Because if they throw it open, the people that will apply is unimaginable. You say fire. So those that we apply in the redundancy are unimaginable. So that is why management, they always hide it. They don't throw it open. In fact, the last one they did, people got wind of the calculator. People started imputing what they will earn when they go. When they saw it that it was massive, in fact, HRO, they were even putting up their phones because you can't let everybody go in the company. So that is one challenge that we are having today. Also, we have some companies where members besiege us. In fact, in Total Energies, there is one guy that came to me. He said, Osifo. I said, because my very close friend. I said, bros, how far? He said, then when you were contesting the election, I donated to your campaign. You know why? I said, no. He said, because I have been telling management that I want to go, and they don't want to release me. Go and help me add my name in the redundancy list. I want to go. You understand? So that is the challenge that the union leaders of today are facing. Before now, people come to you to say, please protect my job. But today, I mean, during the time of our godfather, people will run to you that, please, I don't want to lose my job. But today, people are looking, mostly those that work in some certain companies, that know that the package of redundancy is so massive. So they are looking for that to go. Because by the time they go, imagine you are paid some good amount of money. You can go abroad, you buy a house, you settle down. You will still be earning pension. And you are still young enough to get a job over there. So if you look at it, it's better if you collect such package and go. And that is the challenge we are having in some companies. Godfather, just last week, we had discussion with NNPC Retail. I mean, the zonal chairman was there. They brought a package that we thought that package is not good enough. We told our members, no, we are not collecting this package, it's not good enough. Godfather, as the zonal chairman, almost the entire executive on the table, they want to collect the package that we are saying is not, and it's voluntary. It's voluntary. 100% voluntary. Nobody is forcing you to go. But almost the executives, they were coming to, so that chairman called me that he doesn't understand. I said, that is the problem. They said, even with this thing, that they are okay, that they want to go. So as a union leader, it becomes difficult for you. If the people are saying, no, we will not go, you can stand and say, my people are not going, right? But in this case now, the people are saying, this package, give me, I will go. But we were also able to negotiate 20% increment. 20 on top of that same package. But if the people were refusing, it's easier for us to have negotiated more. But because management was aware that the guys are okay with this package and that they be coming to them that they want to go, they know that our negotiating power has been reduced. So we did have an option than to now push, get the 20% and say, okay, you can now go. So that is the dynamics of today. I think in NLNG, something like that happened. It happened about 2 years ago when what was in the CBA, the management was saying that I will not implement it 100%, but I will do this, I will do that. But the chairman called me. People want to take it. People want to take it. They are happy to take it the way it was. Chairman, correct? He's here. So at the end, we now try to add a little thing here and there because people were ready. Because the option, if you don't allow them take it, is resignation. And resignation, they will lose a lot. So that's why people are just waiting. Let me not resign. Let me wait for that package to come so that I have something extra to go with. So it's actually the dynamics of today. Then I will quickly, Godfather talked about something, that what people are remembering more is discipline. But both goes together. Because at times, and over the weekend, the NEC members, who were all in a retreat in Lagos, I said this in that retreat, that this is the challenge. That there is no, that one of the most difficult things that I did, somebody asked a question, what are the the 5 most difficult things that I did? I said, number 1 or number 2 in the list was dissolving my branch in 2023. Without the discipline that was instilled in Pengassan, the welfare wouldn't have been where it is today. And that started from my own branch, where literally everybody, they were my friends, they were my colleagues. We were brothers, sisters, we lived like family. In fact, Total Energies is like a family. But along the line, 2023, devaluation occurred. And we all agreed that this is the direction we want to go. Because the management of IOCs, they had a meeting led by Total Energies MD, where they said that there was devaluation in 2016, that it took the industry 4 to 5 years to recover in dollar terms. That's so there is devaluation in 2023. That's so it's until 2028 that we will recover. And as at that time, the devaluation they were talking about was 700 plus, not 1,400. So they had that meeting. One way or the other, we heard about it. We saw evidence of a meeting. We knew what has happened. So we now had a meeting generally to say, this is the direction we want to go. We all agreed. As at that time, Chevron was negotiating, Total Energies were negotiating. Chevron chairman stood with the plan. Don't call percentage on the table. Tell management, restore me back in dollar value to the budget you had in January. Finish. Don't give me anything more. That was our strategy. So we agreed. Total Energies chairman, in fact, I even called him after the meeting, being my own chairman, to give him, to tell him, okay, this, because I know the preparation for our management. This is how you go about your own. We agreed. After that agreement, Chevron stood with it. Chevron management on the table, they said all they have was 2%. Outside the table, they were telling me that they could give 10% if I tell them today that they should bring 10%, that they will go and look for it. But that they don't have it as at then. Because in the industry, in the last 10 years, nobody has gotten on the table that kind of percentage. So they were preaching all this to me. But on my own, we said no. We have all agreed. This is the direction we are going. The Shell chairman was there. Total Energies was there. Chevron was there. NLNG chairman was there. You know, the Owando, they were all there. Or then Ajib. After agreeing to this as the way to go, Total Energies chairman now met his management without our knowing and now agreed 18%. Agreed 18% with the management. When we learned that they were about signing CBA, we said no. That was not our agreement. You have to stop. Because the reason is because if Total Energies signed 18%, Chevron cannot do more than 20%. NLNG cannot do more than 20%. No other company can go much more than that. And most so, they've all had a meeting on the way to go. So now, the dilemma was, chairman don't sign. This was in September. So we now started trying to help. But the more we were helping, the more the chairman, who believed to no fault of his at well, because since I was employed in Total Energies, I have not seen 18%. Even as a chairman, as a branch chairman in Total Energies, I did not get 18%. So the chairman thought that he has gotten the best. But for us, the reason we were not able to achieve that percentage in 2016 when there was devaluation was because we didn't have a national secretariat that was supporting us. But in this case now, we had a plan and you have all the support. So because the chairman felt that he has done enough, he was no longer interested in pushing the negotiation forward. And we know that if we go ahead with that 18%, it's going to affect the entire industry. So in such case, what do? From September till November, we kept patching. We kept discussing with the chairman. The chairman is my personal friend. But we lied because of a personal friend, put the entire industry in jeopardy. Because as at then at well, I was having a side conversation with ExxonMobil. Remember, sir, that in April 2023, we had shut ExxonMobil down. So when the issue happened in Total, the mobile guys called, what can we do so that we don't want this fight again? So as I went, Total Energies was saying that they want to sign 18%. I have already reached a deal with ExxonMobil that they will do minimum of 50. But with a caveat, because their negotiation was in December, that but if Chevron and Total Energies get anything less, that they cannot do more than 2% of that. You see the issue. But that 50% as at then, that the minimum, I said, no, you will do 70. They said, okay, let them go and discuss. But there is 50% on the table. So I have this knowledge as at September. I have this knowledge. So will I now allow, or will CWC now allow allow the branch to sign 18? Then ExxonMobil will not come. As at that time, nobody knew, even the branch chairman wasn't aware that ExxonMobil had promised me 50. You understand? So now, what I could have done is, okay, sign 18. Mobil now will not come and do 20. I will not dash 30%. But that is not how leaders think. So at that point, because the chairman was dragging us back, he didn't believe in the dream. He didn't believe in the vision. He didn't believe in the direction. Trying to make him understand, it didn't work. My current chairman now was the financial secretary in that bank. Few people in the bank believes in it. But the chairman and the secretary, they didn't believe it. Private conversation, general conversation. In fact, anytime I meet the MD, 5 times, the MD will say, President, go and support your chairman. Imagine that. Yes. The MD will tell me, President, go and support your chairman. So finally, that was when we met with the trustees. In fact, that morning we had a conversation. In fact, part of their strategy was to get Nupeng to go and sign that percentage. That if Nupeng signed the percentage, he's going to undo us. But part of the mistake was that the chairman did not even know, let's get this, mostly management. The chairman did not know that people in management, they didn't believe in that 18%. They believe in what I was saying. So when the chairman kept discussing with management, the information kept coming out. You seen it? The information, yeah, I will round up. No, it's good at times for us to learn 1 or 2 things. So the information kept coming out. So as the information was coming out, because the same management didn't believe in it, they now came from Lagos to Port Harcourt, got the Nupeng, and they signed off. When they signed, that was when we now saw danger. We now met in trustee and I said no. Because the plan was that Nupeng got signed, then they will weaken our resolve. We now needed to say, okay, everybody dissolve. Let us now put a caretaker committee that will be able to drive the vision. And a caretaker committee came, drove the vision. That year, same Total Energies got cumulative of 62.5%. So, And that changed the trajectory of the industry. The welfare today in the industry was because of that singular act. So if you didn't discipline, you couldn't have gotten to this point. So at the end, you see that one way or the other, they married themselves. If there was time, I could have gone on maybe 2 or 3 more examples. Immediately Total Energy signed Chevron, that was on 2%, that they told me that I can jump up and down, will not get more than 10. Immediately they said they have 60%. NLNG that have finished their nego on 20%, that okay, let's wait for the IOCs. That when the IOC finish, they already agreed 20, right? That when the IOC finish, that they added additional 40%. So I could go on and on. Shell that has been crawling, that never do more than 8, 5, they did 60%. Like that. That changed the trajectory of the industry. So at times, so we are not bothered. Godfather, one of the reasons our society is decaying is because there are no deterrences to bad actions. And for us as leaders, we rather resign. We rather stay at home and be sleeping rather than allow people who doesn't mean well to drag us back. Because for us, we strongly believe in it. If the tide reverses tomorrow, if we find ourselves in a leadership position tomorrow, we strongly believe that discipline and following the rules and order is one of the things that makes society grow. The reason you will see a Frenchman in France doing what is right is because he knows that if he does what is wrong, he will be sanctioned. But that same Frenchman will come to Nigeria from day one, we start breaking the law. And the reason a Nigerian man will jump the queue in Nigeria and do whatsoever he wishes to do is because he knows that there are no consequences to bad action. But if that same Nigeria is in Heathrow and there is queue that will take him 5 hours, he cannot even go beyond the next person. There are a lot to say, but for the want of time, I say solidarity.
Please, we can do it better. Thank you very much, our able president, Comrade Engineer Festus Osifo. I know that distinguished comrades and management, we have received enough. We have received enough from our emeritus and also our current president. At this point, I would like us to relax a little. We are not writing exams because left for me, I would have done oral exams. You know, I had a lecturer whereby he would just look at you and say, oral exams. When you come, they ask you, what is a rock? You say, our people are just shivering because the man is very mean. That's how I'll be. But don't worry, relax. I want to just calm us down with some other presentation. You know that we are here. Health is important. One of the things you look at, they are always cartoon about it. When you're young, there's energy. You use the energy to chase money in the detriment of your health. And after you're getting the money, then you use the money to start buying health. That's why we have some other side presentations. Solidarity. So we have presentation for health. Is our doctor ready? And also we have for real estate and we have for pensions. All these 3 things are important. Very, very important. If you don't get house, you're on your own. No. If you don't secure what you eat tomorrow, don't call my number. My number will not be available that time. So doctor, are you ready? Okay. So it is an honor to call to the podium one of a well-seasoned doctor, a health practitioner. He has been with us for a while and he has been teaching us. Please, with round of applause, let's welcome Dr. Daniel Oyetulem. Please clap well, if not, somebody will receive injection.
Thank you very much. Solidarity. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to sincerely thank the leadership of Pengassan for this great opportunity to be here this afternoon and to make a presentation on our health. We'll be talking about pillars of health care. And we're going to use the word dreams to run through the presentation. Now, disease condition has root causes. Those root causes, they are things that are hidden. Usually they are things that people don't easily see, but they are there. Can you move to the next slide, please? So like I said, my name is Daniel Oyetulem. I train primarily as a medical practitioner from Ahmadu Bello University's area. And I have a master's in public health, MBA, and also PhD in occupational health and safety. It's a privilege to be here. That's just a little bit about me. So talking about lifestyle medicine, there are certain things that are called root causes that are hidden, that we don't get to see. But they are the causes of the diseases that later manifest as symptoms that you and I sometimes experience. So let's just look at some definitions. Health. Let's look at the WHO definition of health. Health is defined as a state of physical, mental, and social well-being of an individual, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. What it means is that somebody might be looking good, but then the person is sick. It might be a social ill health or mental ill health. And then for those who study the holy books, the books also shows that God wants you and I to be healthy, as stated in the book of 3 John 1:2. So talking about the root causes, you agree with me that those things that are hidden, they are the things that are below the tree, while the ones that are obvious are the ones that are above. So what are those things that are the root causes? Things like inflammation, stress, poor diet, toxins, lack of sleep, and so on and so forth. And when there's an aggregation of those root causes, they now manifest as disease conditions that you experience, things like depression, anxiety, high blood pressure, diabetes, and so on and so forth. So using the word dreams, the first letter of dreams is letter what? Letter D, letter what? Thank you very much. That's more like it. So D stands for diet. And when we talk about diet, when you dish your meal, you should at least see at least 3 colors. If you don't see up to 3 colors, then that meal or that food is not good for you. It's more like a poison. Now, what are the colors? Can someone tell me one of the colors you see in our food, the food we eat? Red, from oil, right? Now, there are 5 food substances that we take. All of us, everybody that is here. And we studied that in the primary school. Carbohydrate, protein, fats and oil, mineral and vitamins, true or false? Those are all the food we eat are divided into all that. Now, there should be a mix in the food we eat. There should be a mixture of, all that. However, when children are growing, I realized that there was a fundamental error that some of our parents committed while we were growing up. I realized that as a child, my mom will put the largest chunk of meat for my dad, and we, the children, will have the small portion. And that made some of us to go steal the meat from pot. How many of us stole meat from our mother's pot? Am I the only one who stole meat? No, put your hands up if you stole meat from the pot. Thank you. So, but the truth of the matter is that the reality is that the children actually need more of the meat than the adults because they need it to grow. So a mixture of those food substances, the children need a lot of it because they are growing. But for adults, especially when you're getting older, up to 30 years, 35 years and above, then you should be very cautious about what you eat. And that brings me to a phrase that says, take your breakfast as a king, your lunch as a prince, and your dinner as a pauper. Now let me tell you what I mean. It means your breakfast may be as heavy as you want it. If you like to take loi loi as your breakfast, or whatever it is, swallow, go ahead and take. And then for your lunch, it shouldn't be as heavy as your breakfast. And then your dinner should be lighter. Now for every food we eat, talking about diet, the quantity we eat, the time we eat, and the content of what we eat are all important. Now, if you set out for work, you realize that for most of us, for virtually everyone who is here, maybe you leave your house at about 6:30 or 7 a.m. to get to work. You work actively from when you get to the office till about 12:01, true of us. And then at about 1 or 12:30, you go for your lunch break. When you come back from your lunch break, most of your activities begins to wind down until you go home. When you get home, what do you do? Can I hear from someone? What do you do when you get home? Probably sit down to watch a movie, read something before you finally go to bed. So let me tell you why your breakfast should be heavier, because you find out that whether you're doing a mental work or a physical work, you need energy. So the body needs the food substances that we eat, whether it's protein, carbohydrate, fat and oil, the body invariably converts it to energy that we use to work. And then the ones that are not being used, the body stores it as glycogen. And that's why some persons, when they have excess of glycogen, they put on weight. But for those who fast, if you have ever done like up to 2 or 3 days dry fast, you realize that maybe on the third day, you even be feeling stronger because the body starts utilizing the stored glycogen as energy. So then your lunch, why we say it should be lighter than your breakfast, because your activities already are beginning to wind down. So anything you eat at that time, the body might not utilize it fully. The excess will be stored as glycogen. And then for your dinner, because you have less work at night, anything you eat is also stored. So that's why that phrase. So there should be a mix, a proper mix in our diet. We should eat properly, and then our dinner should not also come too late. It should come as early as possible. And then we said at least there should be how many colors in your meal? 3. But the more the colors, the healthier the food. And then if you have any underlying medical condition, of course you know that, for instance, those who may have issues with diabetes, there are certain food substances that you need to be very cautious about. You need to select your diet, and then the time you eat also matters. So there are a lot to say about diet, but just to give you an overview. The next letter is what? Letter what? For dreams. Letter R, but let's look at this video clip. Can we have the audio? it's been proven that positive relationships helps in longevity. A study that is still ongoing that started over 6 decades ago revealed that couples that had better relationship lived longer than those that had toxic relationships. So relationship is one of the key factors that impacts on our longevity. And when we talk about relationship, it starts from relationship between you and your household, your spouse, and probably everybody around you, and also the relationship between you and those at work. Now, I had a personal experience. My mom was living with my elder sister. My elder sister, all her children were all grown up. They had graduated and they're living on their own. So my mom was always at home alone, and she was lonely. There was nobody with her. Because my elder sister and her husband, they are medical persons. They will go to work and they probably come back later in the evening. My mom took ill and she was bedridden. I went, picked her from my elder sister's place, and I brought her to Port Harcourt. Of course, I arranged for her to see some consultants that were relevant. And I did something that I will never forget, and I would like to share with you. I loaded my mom's phone and showed her how she could call. My mom is 86 this year. So I showed her how she could call all her loved ones, both those that are in Nigeria and those abroad. And my mom was able to establish a good social relationship with the people she loved. And she became better. She could walk on her own, and my mom became healthy again. So, positive relationship, good social network. Do you know, can you tell me how you feel when you see your primary school mate, maybe that you school together over, I don't know for how long? How do you feel? Can someone tell me how you feel? Anybody? Yes, tell us, sir. How does it feel when you see your primary school mates now? Volume, sir.
He was then SS3 graduate. I was just coming into the secondary school. We didn't have good teachers in that school, so he was one of those whom the school arranged to take care of us. Believe me, from then, it's about 25 plus years I met him here today. And I was highly excited when I saw him. So
Yeah,
it's my experience.
highly excited. Now, you feel good, isn't it? Excited. And that feeling of excitement, actually, it's due to a hormone that is being released because you're seeing someone that you have been with or you were with several years ago. So, good social connection and positive relationship impact so much on our health. Because of time, we're not going to watch this clip, but let me tell you, this clip talked about the couple, the study that is still ongoing. 2 American presidents were part of the study, and that study started over 90 years ago. And it clearly revealed that couples that had positive relationship had longer, they lived longer than those that had toxic relationship.
What if we could?
So the next letter is letter what? Letter E, and E stands for exercise. Now, I don't know how many of us have time to go to the gym. How many of us go to the gym? Let me see your hands up. Okay, very few. I expect that. In fact, I registered in one of the gym in Port Harcourt, but I never went there for one day because I never had time to go. I must tell you the truth. But then I ask myself, because I need to exercise, what do I do? Have you asked yourself that question? Those of you who don't have time to exercise, have you ever asked yourself that question? Let me see. Okay, how many of us exercise? You don't go to the gym, but you exercise on your own. Okay, you can see not even up to still 50% of the people in the hall do that. But the question is, the fact is that you need to exercise. Exercise is meant for Dick, Tom, and Harry. Exercise is not meant for Super D. It's meant for both Agbani Derego and the Super Ds. Whether you are big or you are small, we all need to exercise. And a good exercise is an exercise that lasts for at least 30 minutes and should be done at least 3 times in a week. Now, you may not need to go to the gym, but you can take a walk. And you might be very busy, you might not have time for exercise, so what do you do? Let me share with you what I do personally. Because the nature of my job, I work for a health maintenance organization. We do healthcare services for Renaissance and NLNG. Now, you may not have time to exercise. Because of the nature of my work, I travel a whole lot. So one of the things I do, when I travel, I try to stay in a place that has swimming pool because I love to swim. But beyond swimming, when I wake up in the morning, because I have to do my morning devotion. So what I do is that instead of kneeling down to pray or standing to pray, I walk from one part of the room to another. So by the time I will have done 30 minutes devotion, I will have done how many minutes of exercise? 30 minutes of exercise. And then, of course, when I get back home, I try to get for myself, if you can do that, I get for myself a treadmill that I use whenever I'm at home. And then the other thing, you may want to go to the market instead of driving down to the market. If it's a place that is safe for you to go to, why not walk to that market and come back? If it's convenient for you to do early morning walk or late evening walk when you come back from work, whichever works for you, just do something that works for you. Tell your neighbor, do the one that works for you. Yeah, but make sure you are exercising. Thank you. Let's look at this video clip.
Robust would be one way to describe Dr. Ellsworth Warren. The 100-year-old retired heart surgeon occasionally does his own yard work. He walks regularly, still drives.
You drove here today.
Driving is nothing. I worked till I was 95, assisting. Chances of having a heart attack are pretty small.
My blood pressure was 117. There's no chance of me having a heart attack. So you're heart attack proof. Let us say, I'm dealing in an area which I understand.
Perhaps another key to Warren's longevity, not letting problems weigh him down.
How big a role does stress play in your life? And you asked the wrong person. I have a philosophy you do. What motivates you nowadays? I feel that I have to make a contribution. When I was doing surgery, I made it by operating. Now I try to make it by thinking about preventive medicine.
And showing people just what 100 years old can look like. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, CNN, reporting.
Exercise has a lot of advantages. Now, there was a study that was carried out among students. A section of them were exercising, the other section were not exercising. And it was realized that those who were exercising were more brilliant than those who were not exercising. So exercise helps you to keep fit, it sharpens your mental focus, and then also helps you to stay healthy, both heart health and generally staying fit. So make out time to exercise. Remember we said at least 30 minutes a day, and how many times? At least 3 times a week. But the more you exercise, the better. The next letter for dreams is letter what? Can I hear you? Now A stands for avoidance of toxic substances. What are those toxic substances? Cigarette and alcohol. Now, it's been, both cigarette, tobacco, and alcohol has been implicated in various causes of cancer. And then, you might not be smoking, but if you go to places where they smoke and you also inhale, you become a secondary smoker. And then you could also be susceptible to some of the risk factors that is associated with tobacco. Let's watch this video clip.
So we head on it. Don't touch on us, check, killer. Stroke. Don't let you take it. It takes an accessory to the gesture. We have blocked the nose and see stroke. Who are your friends, man? Not the only weak people they get stroke. Stroke, anybody. Now, so my neighbor Anthony died for stroke last 2 months. They don't go bury him for village. Now, what is the cause the stroke, sir? You kill each other. You go attack people. You go refuse to kill some people. You go catch them paralysis. I wish you can help with this. See, something's hard for my guys to take care. The stroke self can't join the matter. My own no hard. If you get high blood pressure, child, and you refuse to go hospital, or they give you medicine, and you no use them as your doctor talk, child, I go help you connect with stroke, sharp. You should say the stability be cholesterol self. Let me the water come with any yama food. Hey, at the full ground inside meat, we get fat. Food, we drink oil, we don't fry them. Because all them unnatural. I mean a processed food, like they call them. I fit cause belly fat. I go just stand up for a section and cause go slow for your blood. Me and stroke, we do well. You need diabetes, and the full stroke, and the full if your parents or family get history. I feel the inside the woman will get better. As we grow old, sometimes I dey waka my own journey. Sometimes I dey waka join body with hypertension. Me no dey make too much noise. Because I know say if you take correct medicine and you eat food wey no too get sugar, I no fit do your job for your body. No be make this one. Now all those researchers, they say if you take me and drink alcohol like fish, stroke no dey far from your backyard. Make I tell you, me and my friend alcohol dey follow stroke waka anywhere. You know I dey take on people for the same. Na so e be for me and stroke. We dey help each other well. The only time we no fit waka together na when the person wey get heart problem dey sabi eat better food, dey take correct medicine, the rest no come dey worry. You no go fit do. Some people dey call me beer belly or stomach fat. Na still me you dey hail. Wetin I no like na the lie say I be evidence of wealth and prosperity. That one a big lie. I don waka with stroke reach point say once you see me, you don dey write invitation letter to stroke with that. How to escape? That one easy now. Stroke no like people wey dey do exercise, wey dey watch wetin dem dey chop.
Na me be stress. And I know me well. You two they talk about me. I want a good life, so let me work harder. I am a manager. My job is intense and stressful. Sleep is a lottery. I must finish this work. Successful people do not waste time on sleep. Continue here. Continue. Make sure say you won't leave time for rest. Quiet and calm. This attitude go quick bring stroke.
I be good servant to stroke. I not dey kind to your body like chicken and fish. People when they do research, them say them see my hand for inside the cause of many diseases, cancer, heart problems, wahala for kidney. What be my fault? Na so I be.
I sit on my own, JJ. They can't serve you food. You carry one spoonful for mouth. You shake your head. Don't carry me for where I did on my own, JJ. Don't put me on top your food. God, they chop me raw. They mumble to yourself, say, stop not in this food. Stop not in this food. So you know, say, even good thing they come in small size. Salt not to taste. No come be say you go they begin taste salt. Every day. Small salt when food they fire. I don't talk my own no. No mind them all. Not be everything about food be risk factor. We they here to protect you from stroke. Sure you never hear say vegetable they pursue stroke from person body. And even self eating vegetable way green and we get plenty leaf they reduce the power wey stroke get even if you want enter person body. If you want make stroke dey very far from you, try dey eat green leafy vegetable. Every minute, na at least 6 Africans plus 1 Nigerian wey dey develop stroke. Make we join hands together to say no to stroke. Make we
management. Now, many of us, of course, virtually everyone here goes through one form of stress or the other. For the fact that we live in urban community alone, going through the traffic sometimes is a whole lot of stress. So, but it's your duty to identify what is the source of stress that you probably go through. When you identify it, you can do one thing. There are 2 ways the body reacts to stress: fight or flight. So you either go away from it or exchange it, look for how to combat it where you have alternatives. It's a stress management is a whole package on its own. But there's also an aspect of lifestyle medicine called mental health. In fact, some organizations currently have what we call P. Mental ill health or the other to voice out. Because so many people are going through things and some persons might not know how to manage it. We had one of our very close friend and church member who committed suicide a few years ago. You know, he was at work and then told his boys, he had his own company, lived in his own house, happily married with fine children. And then that afternoon, he told his boys that he was going to rest, not knowing that he had gone to use the ceiling fan, put a rope on it, and then before the wife came back, he had died. So people are going through one form of mental ill health or the other. Some might not even know. But when you begin to see someone who is usually very friendly, who is garrulous and friendly, but begins to want to be on his own, do no longer associate. Please, that person might need help at that early stage before it gets, down the ladder to lead to both frank psychotic mental illness that may lead to suicidal tendencies. Then the next letter is of time, we will not look at this video. But just to let you know that you should find time to, you can go to places where you have the comedians and things like that. The next letter is letter S, and S stands for sleep. Now, you need about 7 to 8 hours of sleep. And all this we actually outline in that stroke video. So for adults, but for children, you need more hours of sleep than the adults. So make out time to sleep. I'm sure you've heard this phrase that if you want to live longer, sleep longer. So make out time to have good sleep. Before we conclude, because of time, I won't have time to tell you about some of the advantages of sleep, because I've been asked to summarize. But I would like to summarize with this video clip. This is about a lady who, she was given an appointment by her doctor. And I would like you to just listen to it. I will conclude with this.
Oh. Hello, doctor. Look, I'm sorry that I've been behind on my appointments. I've been dealing with a lot of personal issues. But I'm here now. So, how am I looking?
There's no easy way to tell you this, Miss Johnson. But your test results came in, and you have breast cancer.
Wait, what? I don't understand. I mean, I've had a few chest pains here and there, but... Well, can it be removed?
Had you come in earlier, maybe 6 months ago, as scheduled, we could have removed it. But you've missed your past 3 appointments, and now it's too late.
Oh, no. Look, there must be something that you can do. You see, I don't think you understand. You see, 6 months ago, I was supposed to come in for my appointment. But I was so busy with my family, trying to take care of everyone. My husband said that he'd take our daughter to school so that I could come and see you, but something came up with his work that day. So I had to put my husband's needs before my own. When I rescheduled my appointment 3 months ago, I was so busy at work, and my boss had me working overtime. There was this big project due. And when I was supposed to leave to come and see you, she said that it was urgent and had to be done by the end of the day. So I had to put my job's needs before my own. And then, for my appointment last month, I was getting ready to leave, but my daughter asked me to spend time with her. I told her that I couldn't, and that I had to go. But she told me that I never had time for her anymore. And I felt really bad. So I had to put my daughter's needs before my own. So you see, my family, my job, and my baby, they all came first. They all need me. So there must be some...
Yeah. Let me just summarize. Now, that lady was given an appointment. The first appointment was 6 months prior to that time, and her husband wanted her to do something. Of course, she obeyed her husband, good wife, and she didn't go for her appointment. 3 months, the appointment was rescheduled. 3 months, she was very busy at work. Her boss gave her a task, and she didn't go. The appointment was rescheduled a 3rd time, and her daughter wanted her to spend time with her. By the time she eventually got to the hospital, it was discovered she had a cancer. And of course, 6 months down the line, for a cancer that should have been diagnosed 6 months ago, the prognosis was going to be poor. Now, I'd like to conclude with this story. In 2012, I was in Baltimore, in Maryland, in the US. I had one of my programs in public health. And I had finished my program, and I was to come back home. So I chose to come back home to work over here at home. So that night, the night that preceded the day I was to come back, we had a gala night there in King's Hall. And a lady walked up to me. That lady was looking 45. But when we started discussing, she told me she was 60, a white lady. And she raised her dress and showed me a bag on her tummy called colostomy bag. And she said to me, she said she was diagnosed of colorectal cancer. That's cancer of the colon and rectum. That's the large intestine that opens to the anus where we poo-poo from. Does it make sense? So she said she was diagnosed of colorectal cancer, and she had a surgery we call SCAPA. SCAPA means synchronized combined abdominoperineal resection. But let me explain to you what we do. In SCAPA, you take off the large intestine from the anal region and then plant it around the abdominal wall and put a bag we call colostomy bag. So poo-poo collects on the bag, and then when it fills up, they dispose and then put a new bag. So that's what she had. And I was very surprised and confused. But I didn't show her how confused I was. The reason why I was confused was, as a medical student, way back at Ahmadu Bello University where I trained, all the cases of colorectal cancer that I saw, they all died in 3 months. So as a medical student, I felt that colorectal cancers was synonymous to death sentence. And for the first time, I was seeing a lady who had cancer 10 years after, and she was still living, and she was taking pork. When I met her in that gala night, she was taking pork to show that she's completely free of cancer. And I started asking myself question, where have we gone wrong back home? And I realized the problem is what I call health-seeking behavior. What do you do when you're ill? Where do people go to when they are ill? Do you make out time to check yourself? Many of the multinationals, I know you work for various companies. Of course, they do fitness to work. I also have a hospital here in Port Harcourt where we do fitness to work for both Renaissance, ExxonMobil, Chevron, and virtually all the multinationals. Our hospital also have retainership with the U.S. Embassy for those who are going to on immigration to the U.S. We're the second hospital that has retainership with the U.S. Embassy, apart from International SOS. So, and you realize that fitness to work that is being done for you by your company, can someone tell me why they do those fitness to work? Okay, well, because of time. But your company do not want you to be a burden. And that's why they want to ensure that you are fit before you go on their field. But I'd like to just leave you with this word. Make out time. Have a complete medical check from head to toe, including cancer screening. There are blood cancer screening that you can do to detect cancer at the earliest possible stage. But I'd like to end with this quote by a Ugandan professor. He said, "Health is made at home. Hospital is for repair." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our doctor. Dr. Daniel, thank you very much. Because of our time, you know, Nigerian Airline do us a lot of things today. We need to compress a lot of things too. So at this point, my DJ wants to do something, and I want to do something. So we'll be working together. He'll be doing his own, I'll be doing my own. Meanwhile, they told us we need to do exercise. Is that not so? How many of us have these small children? There's one song they are singing this day. Che che kule, gule se langa, gule se langa. Everybody stand up. Stand up, stand up. Are we ready? Solidarity. At least, doctor, you will see that we have complied and done some exercise. So at this point, it's time for us for our second lecture. Please bear with us the way the program went, the weather, the flight, and both of this we don't have control over. Let me invite to the podium once again the chairman of the planning committee, Comrade Olutayo. Please, a round of applause. Sorry, resource committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are back to the main reason why we are here. I don't want us to leave here forgetting the reason we are here. The doctor's part was to, again, make sure that we stay alive so that we can navigate change. And that's why we are here. But if I ask, again, it's written there, but who knows the theme of this workshop? Who knows exactly why we are here? It is written. But I don't want us to leave here not remembering the real reason why we are here. Some persons may come here and say, especially some HR that I'm looking at, they even have a beautiful building. Why are they, I greet you, my Savannah Energy HR. I'm not saying you're the one. So our next presenter is going to dive deeper into what we heard from the first presenter, the Godfather. He's from Bayelsa, an accomplished leadership development expert, a corporate trainer, a strategy facilitator with almost 16 years in the banking industry before he left them alone. Now you can see he's dealing with us in the oil and gas industry, where the money is. Without much ado, I'd like to welcome to the podium Dr. John Kuro Ngobo. Please let's join our hands together as he comes on stage to dive into his own presentation to talk about how we navigate change, to strengthen labor unions for effective representation, effective leadership, and members' representation during transition period. The union is transiting, the government is transiting, the union must be ready for the transition. Please, let's continue to jam our hands together until he gets here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Doc.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I will go. I should go, Abi. Let's go. I'm not going anywhere. All right. I'd like to see my slides come up just to be sure that you can see what I'm speaking about. I'm just trying to make sure that everything is in order. But while they do that, I'll just introduce myself quickly again. My name is Kuro. I was born in Lagos. I haven't done unionism properly, but I think I have it in me, and I'll tell you how I know. So, I went to secondary school in Kano. I spent my entire secondary school years in Kano from Lagos. When I got back to Lagos at 17, I went to my mom and said, "Mommy, I want a job. Please, could you help me close that door?" Okay. I went to my mom and said, "Mommy, I want a job now." She allowed me to get a job because I told her that I heard anybody who does not work should not eat. So I got a job with a lawyer in Lagos, and in the first month, he paid me my salary quickly. Second month, he didn't pay me. He said, "Oh, things are a bit difficult. I should give him some time." I didn't complain. Third month, he didn't pay me. Then early in the fourth month, I think in the first week, he gave me money to go and buy some things for his house. So I checked the list of the things he wanted me to buy, so I will know where I'm going to buy them. And I started seeing expensive things on it. Uncle Ben's rice. I'm sure we all know Uncle Ben's rice. One very small, expensive rice. Corn beef, cornflakes. So I asked myself, why is this guy not paying me when they have money to buy this kind of thing? So I now checked the amount of money he gave me. It was my salary for 2 months, less about 10 naira. It was a long time ago. I just went home, I didn't come back. So the next morning, my mom woke me up. Are you not going to work? I said, no, I'm on leave. And I slept. The guy used my CV to trace my address. When he found my house, he only asked me one question, that I didn't drop the key to the office. And when I gave him the key, he just turned and left, and he didn't say a word. Because a laborer is due his wages. And I cannot come and kill myself. And I was 17 then. So try and imagine me going through banking for 16 years. I resigned from banking 10 years ago with that kind of mentality. Which is why when I was told to come and speak here, I was really, excited by it. Like I said, I'm still waiting for this to come up so I can speak to it. So I got into banking in 2000, I think, and I set a goal for myself. I want to be a full manager in 10 years. Now, in a bank, if you become a manager, not branch manager, level manager, they will give you a car and a driver, tear rubber. That's what I wanted. Then I got to the 10 years, I became a full manager. But I didn't know that when you got the car, you cannot live with it. I didn't know you have to walk with the car for some time. So I stayed another 6 years, and I worked in 3 of the biggest banks in Nigeria, GT Bank, Access, UBA, before I left banking 10 years ago. I've been a consultant for that 10 years. I train in about 7 African countries, and this is what I do now. Most of what I do is in the area of leadership, so this will be my guide. But I want to pause to ask if you are ready to listen to me yet, or if there's something we need to do so we can start. So do I have your attention in the VIP section? You know you are the VIP. You know you are VIP. Just that we have VVIP downstairs. I just said I should let you know. All right. Let me be sure that this works before I proceed. Okay. Is it too far away? I don't want to move this faster than you can see, so I want to be sure that this works. Is it? If you are going to move it for me, you have to move it a little fast. So let's be sure we can work together. Are you the one moving it or is me? Okay, I'm the one. So I'm good now. Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody, again. My name is Kuro, like I said. Because of time, I'll run through some things that I don't think we need to go through all over again. The first thing I usually do at a session like this is a safety brief, but it's been done already, so I won't go into details about that. All right? The only thing I'll mention real quick is, please, anything that is yours and is personal to you, phone, laptop, keep it. Not because we're going to steal it. We have money. But boyfriend and girlfriend can make sometimes, so keep them safe. With regards to house rules, I'm also skipping that. I'll talk very quickly about the firm I represent. I set up a consulting firm some years ago, and currently we do training, we do consulting, we do recruitment, we do business development. The one I enjoy the most is training and business development, where people come to say, I want to start a business, come and show me how to arrange the structure, things like that. But that's not why I'm here today. Why I'm here today is to talk largely about leadership. And for me, what have I done in that space? While I was in banking, I was able to bag 2 master's degrees. I worked in 3 of the biggest banks in Nigeria, like I said. I've been chief operating officer in 3 different companies. And then I have certifications from International Finance Corporation, CMD, and the rest. But I think the leadership thing about me I like the most is the conversation that this quote brings forward. So I tell people who I work with and anybody who I have reasons to do business with, and they have staff. I tell them this on a regular basis. Before is a reason, after is an excuse. What does it mean? When I hand over a task to anybody, I usually will give them a time frame. Give me by 2 p.m., give me by 5 p.m. If you don't give me before 2 p.m. and you tell me something afterwards, it's an excuse. You must tell me before 2 p.m. why it won't be ready at 2 p.m. And that philosophy guided me throughout my stay in banking. But let's talk about today's conversation. I will be guided by this. I'll start talking about leadership first, a little bit, then responsible leadership, and go on from there. From responsible leadership to shared industry priorities, and then move on from there. This is the theme for today. And I wrote it out clearly, or this is the theme for my session, rather. And I wrote it out clearly before I begin to speak. The theme for my own session is building trust through responsible leadership, so that it can do three things. Number one, it can strengthen collaboration. And the truth is, even at leadership level, if you don't collaborate with people in different organizations, it will be difficult to work, uphold integrity, and also advance shared industry priorities. This will be my conversation today. Just before I move on, I listened to, I'm sorry, I'm standing on an existing protocol because of time. I listened to the chairman of the organizing committee mention something before we started with the first lecture. He mentioned the word VUCA. And then he spoke about what they mean. Essentially, the world is changing every day. And VUCA simply is an acronym that means the world is volatile, things change quickly. There's uncertainty. When I was a child, an apple was a fruit. Blackberry was a fruit. Today, they mean different things. There's complexity. When I was a child again, there was a he and a she. Now there's shim and other things I cannot say in public. And there's ambiguity. One thing can mean different things. Leaders need to know there are things you can do to deal with them. So I'll give you those four things real quick. For volatility, things change too quickly. As a leader, you must have vision. The V for volatility is vision. You must know where you are going. And I've been hearing that all day from people who have spoken, especially, of course, the president. For uncertainty, you need to have understanding of your industry, the people you are doing business with, and even government. For complexity, you need clarity. And for ambiguity, you need agility to move quickly. Those four things have helped us to navigate today's world. And I think leaders need to have them, which is why I raised them earlier. Before we discuss leadership proper, you leading other people, I must make some comments about you leading you. Why? Because Plato said the first victory really is for you to conquer yourself. So there's something called self-leadership. Simple definition. Can you lead yourself to do what you say you want to do? Can you, as a person, lead yourself to do what you say you want to do? Can you achieve the goals you set that you want to achieve? So I woke up and said I wanted to be a full manager in a bank, and that happened. Before then, when I got into university, two of my siblings got admission, like with me, in the same year. So my elder sister got admission, my younger brother got admission. So my dad, who is in Kayama right now, called me and said, Kuro, you started hustling already. Why don't you stay back at home, let the two of them go to school, because there's not enough money for school fees. And I told him no. Even if they are giving me Yoruba technology as a course, any course, I'm going to go. I just want to go to school now. So pay my school fees, allow me to do other things for myself. So when I got into school, I knew you can't have an extra year, you must have good grades. I also set a goal for that, and that happened, and I left with a 2-1. So first question for anybody who wants to lead people is, can you lead you? Can you wake up in the morning and decide that I'm going to do this and also get it done? I think it's a question anybody aspiring to be a leader should think about before you start talking about you leading other people. Okay? So I'll start with understanding leadership, what leadership is. And please do me a favor. I'm going to start putting up some pictures on the screen. So when you see somebody's picture, can you do me a favor and call the name out if you know who it is? Can we start that now? No, I don't have your consent yet. Can we start now? Okay, great. So I'll put up a picture in front. I just want you to shout the person's name if you know the name. So who's this? I hear Gandhi. Good. Mahatma Gandhi. Actually, I won't go into full details about him, but he was somebody that was in India at some point. I remember one story about him. There was a time when people in a mine, workers, were protesting that they're not going to continue working because of the conditions. And everybody knew that that particular company was the one sustaining the whole community. When they refused to resolve the matter, Gandhi woke up and told them, if you and the leaders don't resolve this matter, I will not eat. So he went on hunger strike, and in a few days, they said, this man must not die. And they went to resolve the matter so that he would continue to live. I'm trying to imagine who in Nigeria can say that to us today. If you not settle this matter, no go chop. We'll bury the grave before the person starts. That's the quality of leadership he brought to the table. Next person, quick one. Very quickly. We all know his story. I won't go into it. But I like the story of him going to jail for 27 years, coming out of jail, becoming president for 1 year, and for one term, and leaving. Then one day he met one guy who was a warden in the jail that he said used to pee on him when he was in jail. He met the guy in a restaurant as president and didn't do anything to the guy. That the guy was peeing in his body, thinking that as president he was going to retaliate. And he left him and said there's a bigger lesson in him knowing that he can do evil and I can repay him with good than doing the same thing to him. Mandela, real quick. Who's this? Some people like money. I'll tell you why. Because they call the US dollar the Benjamins. It's because of this guy. Benjamin Franklin. Moving on real quick. I'm listening. Now there's confusion in the house. Who knows for sure who this is? German Chancellor, thank you, Angela Merkel. Angela Merkel. Don't shout this one, just mention his name. Don't say anything about him. I don't want to, just call his name. The next person. Who is this? I only say you should say his name. I'm going to move on because you all know who he is. I'm going to move on. All right, who's this? Hitler. This guy, anyway, let me not talk about all of them one by one, but you know he is Hitler. There's still one more. Who's that? Fidel Castro. You cannot speak the story of Cuba without mentioning this guy, Fidel Castro. So I have one question to ask real quick. If I asked you to tell me one thing that they all have in common and say it in one word, they are all leaders. Let's start with that. They are all leaders. Some people think some of them are good, some of them are bad. I leave you with that. Which one word can you use to describe all of them? One word. I heard courage. I heard courage. Anybody else? Vision, courage. Determination. I heard something here. Persistence. Problem solving. Problem solving. Let me see. Hitler. Let's continue. Problem solving. No, I'm sorry, it just came out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Problem solving. Can I give you one word that will... Yes, please. Courageous. I heard courage earlier too. I can give you one word here that, frankly speaking, would be used to describe leadership anywhere in the world, at any point in time, including for somebody you would call a bad leader. One word. Thank you. The word is influence. Simple. Real leadership today is influence. Many people think leadership is authority, is power, is position. No, it's influence. And influence is the capacity to affect the behavior and character, the development and character of somebody else without having to use stick to force them to do what you want. That's what real influence is. So anybody aspiring to be a leader should start thinking, how much influence do I have? One day, a couple of years ago, somebody in a government agency in Lagos was permanent secretary of a particular agency. When he was retiring, they had a big party, and many people came to his party, gave him gifts, praising him. My Oga for life. Really thanking him for all his time as their boss. When he was retiring, he told his successor, the person coming after him, please, when I leave, I'm going to rest for a few weeks. I want to come back as a contractor to the agency because he was in charge of procurement. He left, came back in 4 weeks' time, and he had to wait for 4 hours to see his successor after 4 or 5 weeks. When he called somebody, come now, where is Tunde? They say, no, he's busy, sir. He will soon see you, sir. Please don't be upset, sir. 4 hours. So eventually he saw the guy. Why am I waiting 4 hours to see you? I just left here a few weeks ago. You know what they told him? Organa, so you teach us. that when he was PS and you came to see him, he would keep you waiting for a long time. He would act like he's very busy. He just left what he's doing to come and talk to you for 5 minutes. And he told everybody he was working with, I do this so that when they want to say thank you, the thank you can have weight and occupy space. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. When he came back, they just gave him his own medicine back. Quickly think about this. All of us in this room, you must have had bosses who are no longer your bosses in the workplace where you work today. There are two types of former ogas. Let me speak Nigerian English. There are two types. There is ex-oga or ex-boss, and there is boss for life. And there are two different people. Your ex-boss can call you when they've left. You will pick their phone next week. You won't answer them now. They didn't influence you. Your boss for life will call you when your daughter is getting married. You will leave the wedding to pick his call or her call. The time you can become ex-boss or boss for life is now when people are still reporting to you. Leadership is not position, is not power, it is simply influence. And how will I define influence so I can move quickly? Again, is when you affect the character or development of somebody else. Influence is when people come to ask you, what do we do before we move forward? If you are thinking of who to bring into power as leaders, you should start crafting them in your head now, asking who has influence already? Who do we listen to before we move? Who do we ask questions before we proceed? It is not power or not authority. It is simply this word, influence. I've defined it before, so I'll move past that. And John C. Maxwell said something key. Everything rises and falls on leadership. That's why if things go well, the person we praise first is the coach. When things go bad, we sack the coach first. There was one club in the EPL last season. I think they had 4 coaches in one season. I did not call anybody's name. People just like trouble. I did not call anybody's name. But in one season, they had 4 coaches. Did the players change? No. Is the coach the one scoring goal? No. But who did they take out? Leader. Everything rises and falls on leadership. However, we need to also understand something. Leadership is not only at the top. Most people think only the person at the top is the leader. It doesn't happen that way. You must have leaders at different levels as well. So when people discuss leadership, we appeal very quickly. Whether it is a voluntary organization or a business or a country, don't focus only on the topmost leader. Yes, leadership at the top is very important, but other people who will be in leadership are also key. And I must tell you one thing I learned swimming that taught me how important leadership is. So let me give you a practical example. If you want to dive into it, I learned all the 4 strokes, by the way, all the 4 professional strokes in swimming, because I swam for my hall in University of Ibadan. When I was learning, they taught me something interesting. When you want to dive into a swimming pool, you notice some people, they dive. Once they enter the pool, their head will hit the bottom. No matter what they do. Some people, no matter how shallow the water is, their head never hits the bottom. There's a simple trick, very simple. Once you want to dive into a pool, first they ask you to face the water with your hands, not your body. So your hands will enter first. As soon as your hand touches water, turn it like this. That's all. If you turn your hands like this, your body will follow. I'm telling you for free. I didn't say you should go and try it tomorrow. You not say it's me. Oh. Your head hits the hair. You have to think it will work, but most people who try it the first time, they will still dive into the water and do this. So when you are sure you can practice it, try a pool that is slightly deep that you usually dive into. But do one favor. Condition your mind. As soon as your fingers touch the water, do this. Your whole body will follow. Who remembers this movie when we were kids? One man that used to swim underwater like this. I don't know if you remember that movie. There was one movie where one guy swam underwater, was always doing. Thank you, the man from Atlantic Ocean. I knew that my older brothers are in this one. This is how important leadership is. Leadership gives direction. But don't forget middle people as well, because sometimes there can be issues. Let me move on quickly. Why is leadership important? For many reasons. First one, of course, direction, guidance, representative of the organization. When we're done today, I'm going to leave this so that everybody can get a copy of it and look at it every now and then. Leadership is also important for growth. If you don't have clear leadership, growth will not happen. I've stood there and listened to many people speak. In fact, when they told me that doctor was going to speak before me, I wanted to leave. Like, after he speaks, what do I have to say? Do you understand? He has said a lot of things. The president has said a lot of things. Think about it. There was always leadership driving something. So leadership is extremely important. But this is one way to look at a leader and be clear about what the role is. John C. Maxwell said a leader is somebody who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. So we expect a real leader to first of all know where we are going. I heard that a long time ago. If a blind man is leading all of us, we are going to enter gutter. But leaders should also not sit down and just point. You go here, you go there. As anybody, I'm sure you have. There's this movie I watched a long time ago, 300. Anybody seen 300 here? 300, fantastic movie. A leader of an army, and he showed what real leadership is. He goes in front first, and he just knows that anybody he cuts, his people will kill the person. He doesn't bother stressing over it. Leaders should know the way, go the way, show the way. Now, for a leader to now be effective, sorry, I don't know how to stay in one place, so this is uncomfortable for me, but I'll try and do the best I can. For a leader to be effective, let me start by explaining what that word means first. To be effective is to do what you were told to do well, first. So they hire somebody, because I do business consulting a lot, they want to first of all know what you're supposed to do, which means the leader should first of all know what he was vying to that position to go and do. If you do it, you are effective. For someone to become an effective leader, you need to know what you're supposed to do first and do it. And guess what? It is the way you lead that determines the percentage of success. That's why some people have been coaching some clubs for a bit, and some people get thrown out very quickly. Sorry, I keep using football examples. Even in companies, I'm talking about even in countries, don't we blame everything on the president of Nigeria today? Do you think the president is in charge of everything? It's not possible that the president is the one in charge of what's going on in Ogun State and in Bayelsa and Co. No, it's not. But if it's okay, we'll say Tinubu, well done. If it's not okay, Tinubu, you are messing up. Leaders need to be clear about this before they decide to be leaders anywhere in the world. An effective leader is somebody who ensures everybody else gets the job done. I'm moving through these slides quickly so we don't spend too much time. But there's a difference between a boss and a leader, and I hope that this will play very quickly. Yeah, please watch that video, or you can help me click the button. So, okay, just watch this video quickly. The difference between a boss and a leader. So this guy obviously has position and is taking water first. Check what somebody else does. Everybody needs to have access to water, and the guy is going to create a new hole for them to drink water from. To the rest of the people in the team, this dog is their leader, not the fierce-looking one that was there before. The welfare of everybody else is always important to whoever is in the leader. And it's key to note that. Now, for somebody to be a leader in a place like a union, especially a union where there are different organizations, we've identified 3 things as the pillars that we must pay attention to, that will make a union's leadership have integrity. Of course, the very first one is integrity itself. And I found out that we use these words in interesting ways. We say integrity and all those things without defining it clearly. So I've attempted the definition. Integrity is standing for the truth even behind closed doors. I give it to the president when he was speaking. Do you know not many people can speak to you and tell you what happened behind closed doors? You did hear how he was dishing out numbers, talking to his chairman, and he can say it today for free. Part of the reason why we don't trust many governments in Nigeria is because we don't get those kind of things coming to us. We don't know what happened in the background, whose interest we are pursuing. True leadership will be integrity even when you're talking behind closed doors. Second pillar, real quick, will be inclusivity. The capacity to bring everybody in or let everybody feel like they're a part of the conversation. And I listened to the president again. When he mentioned contract staff, I've always known contract staff, even in banking and oil and gas, to be treated like they're not like the rest of us. So let me give you a banking example. I worked in banking when we had contract staff do different jobs from us. They can go to school for the same 4 years like us. For instance, that OND, HND, BSc thing, you know how it was in Nigeria. You know it's worse now. But I won't go into details. So we started talking to the bank one day to say, you know what? These people that you are calling contract staff, they are the one who count our cash and attend to customers. If they stay upset, they will ruin the bank. For a long time, the bank said, no, keep them that way. Luckily, before I left banking, they started changing it. So now they can change contract staff and convert them to full staff. Because somebody resumes somewhere, he is the one teaching every new staff you hire for 10 years. Meanwhile, the new staff will join and become his boss in 3 years, can take car loan, can get this and can get that. Inclusivity is where you take a decision that I want everybody's voice to be heard, whether they are onshore or offshore, at a plant, in the corporate office, at all times. And of course, the third pillar is vision. We call it here visionary realism. Sorry, I would read what is there now. Advocating for sustainable and achievable demands. I sat there listening, taking notes about leadership the whole day. I'm not even sure. This is just me putting together what I heard all morning. Even though I've done this since 2 or 3 days ago. People will sit down and ask, how does what we are doing affect people in the long run? How does accepting 18% with one person prevent 20% happening elsewhere? Real leaders will think of this all the time. Leaders also need to have ethics. And there's a simple definition for ethics. I'm not going to go into details. It's the knowledge, the decision to determine what is good and bad and do what is good. That's what ethics is. Let me be honest to everybody in this room. You don't need the Holy Spirit, Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, anybody else, Jesus Christ, to tell you what is right or wrong. Everybody has a mechanism in you that tells you what you are doing is right or is wrong. When you finish doing something and walk away, something will question you. But guy, you mess up. That's where you do no good. Real leadership will be to pay attention to this and know which one to do part-time and how to work it. Of course, I've mentioned integrity before, so I'm going to details of it. But I'll talk about some elements of integrity. So I'll be reading them so you can see them clearly. Honesty, first one. Tell the truth and be transparent. Real leaders tell you the truth, no matter what happens. That is, the person they're talking to is different. Situation has changed, doesn't change that. Consistency. You are the same person every day, every time. Many people look at who is in the room before they decide how to dress or how to speak. I had one silly friend when I was a child that watched TV a lot. We are talking and he's talking normally. Once he sees a girl, what class are you? The phone comes from nowhere. Guy, will you speak English? What's wrong with you? Have you been to the airport before? I didn't say you should not speak phone. I'm just saying my own. No. Accountability. Taking responsibility for decisions and outcomes. Something leaders don't do very often is to come forward and say, I apologize. I took this decision even though it went wrong. Many times in corporate world, people will just blame somebody else for having done something wrong. Also, ethical behavior, I've discussed that a minute ago. And trustworthiness. Colin Powell, before he died, was in the American Army. Black guy. Great guy. One day he asked an old man in the military, please, I want to ask you a question. What do you think leadership means? You know what the guy told him? If people follow you, even if it's only out of curiosity, they trust you to the point where when you go left, they just follow you. Shebi Nakuro, let's go. Usually in head they correct. That's leadership to a very high extent. People think and trust you enough to protect their interest to want to do what they want. Leadership is something we must pay attention to every day. And it has 3 things that people mix up. I want to clarify them quickly. Power, influence, authority. They don't mean the same thing. They don't mean the same thing. Most times, leadership comes with power. The ability to control resources and make decisions. Most times. But there's also influence. The one where, whether you have power or not, you can shape people's decisions. And then there's authority. In a place like this, you would have power if we give it to you. Let me explain what I mean. That you have president as your title means you can take decisions on our behalf, you can influence people. The people who put the leader there can remove the person. In fact, in my candid opinion, anybody who becomes a politician in Nigeria, before we vote them in my own opinion, we should find out from them and people around them, have they ever led an organization where they did not have power, like secondary school association, or have you been anybody here been chairman of estate association before? You've done. Did they beat you? They didn't beat you. You're lucky. Oh. They have heard. Yes. Estate association, secondary school, university group, where you have leadership title, but you really don't have power. How can you get people to do what you want? To pay dues, to come for meeting? It's something people should go and research someday. There are similarities in all three of them, but they are not the same. So I'm skipping that part. And there are 5 basic bases of power. While we are describing power, I want to explain this one real quick. There are 5 things that can give you power. And you should start thinking of the people you want to put into positions tomorrow, thinking about these 5 things. Which kind of power do they have? And which kind of power do you prefer to have? The first one is legitimate power. Legitimate power is the power they gave you because you are president. Sorry, do I have your attention so far? I'll be done in a few minutes. Legitimate power is position, title. You get it once you become EXCO member. There's reward as a kind of power. You have the ability to recognize or reward people for doing well, or you are in charge of compensation and benefits. Anybody who's in charge of compensation has power. Some people have the power to punish people for doing wrong. They call that one coercive power, right? There's also the expert power. You have special knowledge. You have skills people around you don't have. And because of that, you have power. They come to ask you before they move. Then there's reference power. Reference power is, I hope it's not covering. Okay, I'll just speak to it. Reference power is when you have interpersonal skills. You can manage people. People like you. They listen to you. The question we should be asking ourselves for the next dispensation is, what type of power do we need the most now? And who has it? For many people, legitimate power will come to you once you become president. That's fine. How about things like expert knowledge? Skills in the industry that when they're talking to people, they can make sense to them. Or the ability to convince people to do what you want. Knowing the type of power should be determining, or should help you determine the kind of people you want to bring into the fray. Okay? And moving on to responsible leadership, I have a simple definition for it. Very simple, straight to the point. People who lead with integrity. People who can make ethical decisions. People who think long term. Leadership that is this way is simply what we're looking at. And there are benefits to any organization, including Pengassan, where you have responsible leadership. The first major one, of course, is the environment has high level of trust. Without going into details, we don't trust the government of Nigeria today. Many people don't. Let me not say we. Many people don't. You know why? Information that comes our way is one thing today, another thing tomorrow. For many reasons, we don't trust the polity. Sustainable bargaining power is another benefit there. When you talk to IOCs and companies in our space, they listen to the leadership knowing they're talking for us. Then, of course, there is resilience during crisis. One of the biggest times to know if a leader is when there's a crisis. When there's a crisis, that's how you know a leader is a leader, when there's a crisis. One day I worked in an organization where somebody became leader and asked the top people to go. And everybody was wondering what happened. They called a meeting, they told us what was going on, and we all stopped complaining about it. Responsible leadership also has all these benefits that you can look into much later. There's better job security, as I've been hearing all day. People are more secure on their jobs. There's more safety assurance. There's more empowerment of members. And the benefits to the union, not the people, include high leverage. Leverage is using little power to achieve a lot more. And it happens when you're in leadership and you have the right kind of leader. There's also internal harmony and the industry gold standard. I wish I could get you. No, I can get you now. Can we all please just read this together, one after the one together? Leadership, credibility, not position. If a leader is credible anywhere, it's not because the person is a leader. It's because of their behavior. We've had leaders before that they are leaders. When they speak, we have to do what they want, but we know that they don't have any level of credibility. Anybody leading us should have a certain level of credibility. Now, responsible leadership helps collaboration in many ways. It builds trust. It encourages psychological safety. What does that one mean? Can people say what is on their mind truly when somebody is a leader? Even in your house with your children, can they speak their mind? Well, shut up, you're a child. If they ask you something at home, you don't answer them. Somebody will tell them outside, though. And whatever they tell them outside, they will think it's true. I know children of nowadays, they don't used to hear word. You will say, stop talking at the dining table. They say, but daddy, you and mommy, you're always talking. What will you say to them at that point? It promotes inclusiveness. It aligns teams around a shared purpose. It models collaborative behavior, ensures accountability, and then, of course, supports development. If we really want unions or one general union that does these things, the focus should be on people who display signs that they are responsible leaders. Because if they do, the bottom line is that collaboration will thrive more. Pay attention to people, understand the real issues, and then go ahead to deal with them. There is a third part of my conversation, which is shared industry priorities. Pengassan and unions like yours are very unique in the fact that you are unions that have other unions or other organizations under you, and they themselves are strong on their own. There are unions in Nigeria that nobody knows exist. I'll give you one example. Did you know there's a union of bankers called Nubife? Have you ever heard them talk before? Let me tell you how I used to be a banker. I'll tell you for free. That you want to join Nubife means you want to enter trouble. That you are asking, please, where is the secretariat for Nubife? I want to join. Means you are already preparing for trouble. That's how, I won't call it useless. That's how powerless the union is. Do they exist? Yes. Can they speak for bankers? No. Capital, no. What would have made it cool is if people looked at the benefit of many of us coming together to say, this is what we want. And that's what the shared industry priorities speak to. There are common forces that guide all of us, not just LNG, all the organizations. And this is what shared priorities would include. First, there will be safety and operational integrity across all the organizations. Reliable production and export continuity, regulatory compliance. For instance, it is possible for an organization like Pengassan to get the government of Nigeria to amend its laws. I've seen it happen a few times. To say the regulation is this, but it doesn't work for us. We are the ones working here. Let me say it in Nigerian parlance. Now we do here. So let's tell you how the thing should work. And it doesn't happen all the time. There are issues of local content development. There was a time when the petroleum industry bill was just becoming an act. So I realized how important stakeholder management was. In fact, I was invited to speak to people from, I think it was Mobile at that time. What was agreed was, instead of us as IOCs just doing things in your community, borehole, road, light, you people should go and bring people together and call them a trust. We will give them the money, we will manage it. You know, to a large extent, even the IOCs did not understand how those trusts were going to work. Because if you just gather people together and give them money, nothing will happen. So we were called, I was told to go and get them to understand the work they have to do. I'm sure you know these things anyways. You'll be surprised why some projects don't work. They want a borehole in a community. One person wants it inside his house. Meanwhile, in his house, there's no water. Will you drill a borehole where there's no water? But if you don't drill the borehole there, your borehole project will not work. And we had to start talking to people on different levels about things like that. All right? Responsible leadership would also lead to this. We pointed out a few things that are important for responsible leadership to bring to the table. First, promote industrial harmony and stability across the entire industry. How do you do that? Engage management properly, like we've been seeing all day, like union leaders escalating grievances. If there's unity and we have the right kind of leadership, this will happen easily. Number two, champion safety culture. Let there be a culture of safety. That's every time we are doing something, we are thinking safety. I'm going to move on quickly support productivity and operational efficiency, drive skills development, helping people to learn how to do better on the job. One of the biggest problems, and from Bios, I mentioned that earlier, or I was introduced that way. One of the biggest challenges my people have had for a while, and have continued to have, is skilled people from that area. So you can scream all you want. You must hire our people. What if they don't know the job? Or they don't have the skills? If unions can do better, we can drive more of that. I put a couple more here. Enable sustainable and responsible practices. And what all these things lead to is simply here. When union leaders act responsibly, balancing advocacy, do what we want, with long-term health in the industry, they become partners in progress. Not just screaming "Aluta continua," not just trying to get IOCs and companies to do what you want, but we're always thinking of growing the industry. All right? New leadership would lead me towards the end of my quick presentation. So my understanding is we're in a transition period, and we're looking at the people who will be coming in to take over the helms of affairs. Question is, what should you be looking out for in the new leadership? So if you don't remember everything else, or everything else I've said, you can go and read it up later when you get the material. Please, these ones, remember now. You need it tomorrow morning. And every other time you have to bring in new leadership. So first of all, what should the outgoing leadership legacy look like? Let me explain that. People who are leaving, what should they be leaving behind? Before we talk about the new leaders, first major thing would be influence. That's why in many organizations, somebody leaves as president, they move into ex-official position. Or we now call them babas. We refer to them when we need stuff. They still should have some level of influence. Should being the operative word. Succession. They say the best leaders in the world prepare the people who will take over from them as much as possible. They actually should be succession planning, not me picking a successor. And there are two different things. If I want to pick a successor, I can pick the person I like and groom the person, right? Many times when that happens, we think the leader just wants to remain in power through somebody else. Succession planning is different. It is creating a system that builds leaders. So there could be 3 or 4 people. They go through a process. Whenever we have reasons to go and have certain conversations, they will join in the conversations. They're getting used to the work. In a formal workplace, they will put some people on an accelerated track where they can become leaders. We should plan succession. It shouldn't happen by default. And let me give you a simple reason why picking a successor may not always work. What if before you leave, the person leaves the organization or leaves the industry or decides to jackpot? The person you spent 10 years preparing to come and take over from you. What if the person dies? And don't look at me funny, we are all going to die. You are going to die, all of you. I hope you know. Plus me. We are all going. No, I'm just telling you so you know. You are going to die. I will die too. Not now. I didn't say now, but you will die. So don't look at me funny. We are all going to die. So what if the person you spent 10 years grooming, 2 days to the day you should resume, the person dies? Waste. Succession should not be around a person. It should be a system that grooms people to take over. And then, of course, the third one is transition. Anybody in a leadership position should be helping the transition happen faster. So the reason why I mentioned voluntary organizations is because I've been there a few times. PTA chairman, estate chairman, university group, I don't know what they call me, but I have alumni association. Sometimes you sit down at home and be wondering, why can't I just slap this guy? Like, this guy is talking nonsense. But you have no choice but to stay in there. I've also helped to midwife transitions. I'm doing one now. My classmates in university, we left in 2000, decided to set up a cooperative society, which we did. It took 4 years of literally bashing my classmates for us to agree to set up a cooperative society. I've been president for 4 years. I've been trying to leave. They said, no, you can't go. If you go, it will change. So now, we are going to have elections in 2 or 3 months' time. We have set everything in place such that even if there's no idiot in my class, but even if an idiot becomes president of the cooperative, he won't have work to do seriously for the first 6 months. We are preparing the transition so whoever comes in can sit down comfortably. Sometimes, previous leaders, when they leave, there are always gaps. You'll be calling them to ask, please, how do you used to do this thing? Where do you sign this thing? Leaders, when they are leaving, should help with all these three things. The outgoing leader's legacy. What else do we consider in that space? If you want to measure real success, begin to look out for a lot of different things. Pay attention to who's succeeding them. And these are principles for outgoing executives. After that tenure ends, except giving outright rights to come back, people should pay attention to minimal interference. Maybe I'll use Mandela as the example. When Mandela became president of South Africa and he left, they still went back to him for 2 years, a year or thereabout, to ask him, what should we do? And he says, no, I'm not your president anymore. I want to be traveling around the world to be greeting people. Some people would leave and perpetrate themselves. And I didn't call anybody's name. Luckily, I don't know anybody's. I'm just speaking freely. So if you don't beat me, I'm just talking, no. So, secondly, influence and control. Rather than focusing on influence that allows you to control people, you can give guidance and direction. Some people in some countries, they don't call them kings, they call them kingmakers, right? Real kingmakers choose kings. But they have some people that they don't call kingmakers. They go and ask them, what do you think, before they move forward? Maybe that would be a better way to look at it. And of course, build a bridge, not a wall. Some people leave and then you can't talk to them anymore. They block every opportunity for things to move forward. I have left several organizations in my work life. Usually when I leave, they don't call me back to ask me, Kuro, where did you keep this thing? You know why? It became a thing I learned from banking. When I'm leaving, there's a handover note. In fact, I had a problem when I first started working in a bank. One thing I didn't know existed. If your guy never go out, you know if you go out. I didn't know it existed. So I got into a bank, fresh from NYSC, correct guy. I resume my work, then we close at 7 or 6. I want to go home. So you can't go home. Or God still the office. So it happened for 1 full month. At the end of the first month, I said, I can't take this anymore. So I came up with a plan. Sorry, don't laugh at me. Just let me explain myself. I was a young boy then. So I said, let's treat this matter like science. Oh, the day that it got me really upset, my branch manager in Abeokuta, I won't sleep it down. His family brought dinner for him around 8:39 in the office. So I said, no, this is the end. Meanwhile, by that time, if you are staying in the office, you'll be playing one stupid game, solitaire. You know that game? One annoying card game with nothing to do. So I decided to do something about it. I first came up with 3 theories, like a scientist. 3 reasons why my guy is not going home early. Reason number 1. Sorry, it's a hypothesis. I didn't test it yet. Hypothesis number 1, he does not have DSTV at home. That time, DSTV was very new. Hypothesis number 2, he does not have internet at home. Internet was also new. Hypothesis number 3, his wife used to beat him. That was my own hypothesis. I told you that you should not just let me talk. So, how do you test the 3 hypotheses? So I called him one Friday. I said, bros, please, I want to come to your house on Saturday to come and play with your children. He said, no, you can come. So I got there around 7 a.m. Now I have mission. 7 a.m. I got to his house. Around 8, he called me, Kura, what are you doing? I said, no, no, take this remote. You can watch DSTV. So I checked. Channel O is there. MTV is there. I said, okay. On my list of hypotheses, cancel. He has DSTV. Around 10, I said, sorry, I forgot to check my Yahoo mail. Yes, no, there's internet on that system. So I went to check. To make sure the internet is up to date, I sent a mail from my official mail to my Yahoo mail the evening before. So if it has dropped, it will be in my mail. So I sat down on the system, checked, the mail was there. So hypothesis number 2, cancel. How do you test that his wife used to beat him? So I stayed till around 4 p.m. From 7 a.m. in the morning till around 4. My theory was simple, right? Maybe not physical beating, but if his wife used to harass him, you will know. They will slip up at some point. He will say something. She will just say, darling, darling, darling. You will know. That because you are there, she don't do darling. You know, she's just using I. So I waited till 4. It didn't happen. So hypothesis number 3, cancel. So how will I now go home early without fighting this guy and do it tactfully? I came up with a plan. Monday morning, I finished all my work. I'm almost done, don't worry. I finished all my work, and then I ended up in his office around 4:30. I said, bros, do you have anything you want me to do for you? He said, no. When I was going to say, come on. Why are you asking me? I said, well, I finished my work. I just said I should ask. He said, no, no problem. So like a normal Oga, he created work that didn't exist for me. I didn't complain, no. I went to do the work. 30 minutes, I came back. Anything else? He created another one. He kept creating work till around 7:30. He now said, when I came back, he now said, there's nothing else. I said, thank you. So I went to my desk, carried my stuff, and I just walked past him. Good night. I said, come back here. Come back here. Where are you going to? I said, I'm going home. He said, why? I finished my work. I finished your work. I don't have anything to do. I think it was that time he realized that this guy has done me for one night, but it was too late. So Monday, 7:38, I went home. I did this every day. Please note, some things you want to do in life, you have to sacrifice yourself. You cannot have pending work that he knows of before you go and tell him this nonsense. So imagine how I was working like a Jackie all day to do this madness. So for one whole week, 6:30, I'm going home. They instead of me to go home quietly, I was a young, boisterous guy. I will hail everybody. Good night, see you in the morning. Every day. So the next Monday, they had a branch meeting. Usually they line up seats in rows like this. That Monday, my Oga was not in the office. So he told the next in line to lead the meeting. They did circle with the chairs and put one in the middle. Come on, sit down here. So I sat down. He said, how come you're always going home early and you leave us in the office? I wanted to tell them what I did, which would have been suicidal. Because, forgive me, one idiot amongst us will do it that night. The guy will now say, oh, Kuro don't use my head finish. They sell markets to people. So as I was about to talk, I have this friend. He's not a real person. Salim. He's my inner voice, not a real person. Salim said, don't tell them what you did do. So I only asked them one question. Please, is there anybody in this room among you that you went to meet a guy and said, I want to go home, and the guy said, you can't go home? They all kept thinking, well, not true. So they left me alone. Every day, 6:30, 6 o'clock, I'm going home. So about 2 or 3 months after, I forgot something in the branch. So from my house, around 8, I ran to the branch to pick it up. They had locked up the old branch. Like, they had locked, everybody don't go out. I say, so the next morning, I went to tease my Oga. Oga, 8 o'clock, you said don't go out. What did it happen? Real life, the guy told me what happened to him. So, because I was going home early, and my friends, my colleagues started thinking that, but not true, we don't ask this guy when he say no go out. Somebody will now go and meet him and lie to him. Say, excuse me, sir, my son is sick. We say you can go. Sir, my leg is paining me. He said you can go. Sir, I have menstrual pain. You can go. So they started going home, and he was allowing them go home, small. Then one day, he wanted to go home. He told me himself the next day, he wanted to go home. This is how you can lead change without being leaders. That's how I'm telling you this story. So he wanted to go home one day. Then he got to the branch entrance, and the security man said, "Oga, sir, you cannot go home." So what do you mean? And the branch man said, "No, sir, there's a law. The law is that whoever is the last person in the branch will shut all the appliances before he goes home." He said there's not, he was telling me himself, he said there's nothing he didn't tell the security. He said, "No, sir, you can't go home. That's what the law, they will sack us." So he said, "Okay, no problem." So he went back to the branch and started turning everything off. The part that annoyed him the most, I understand. This was 2001 or 2002. They used to have this big server in banks that when you turn it off, you go and make a bar, eat, sleep, wake up, before the thing will power down. So after putting off projector, everything, he now had to go and turn it off and waited for it to go down. He just made one law that day. I will never be the last person leaving this branch again. That was his law. Very simple. So if you come to him and say good night, say, hey, hold on. Wait first. Is there somebody else in the branch? If you say yes, you say you can go. If you say no, you say hold on, you pack his load. Yeah, short a bit for. That's how they all started going home. You're clapping for me. Stop, Joe. You don't have to be in front to be the leader, right? But people that will become leaders eventually need to be thinking like this. And sometimes it can start from something selfish, but must capture everybody. So I picked a few global case studies before I call it a day. Just one or two, then you can call it a day. All right? In different parts of the world, leadership that was responsible leadership have led to things. So there's this United Auto Workers Union in the US. When they started making electric cars, right, they began to change the way they treat. In fact, there was this general thing about laying off those who were working in the regular industry. It took Not one union. Different unions came together, sat down, had a conversation, then they got to change that thing. It also happened with energy workers in Norway. There were energy workers in Norway, part of a union as well. When they found out that they were losing members because management was doing something different, they started forming one large union, like Pengassan is today, and then went to make sense of it. I think the lesson behind all of this is that if you have responsible union leadership, people in the union will be part of the work that is being done, and we can make more progress there. So I added something before I call it a day, some kind of a checklist, right? Last 2 slides, some kind of a checklist. What should you look out for as a green flag? Of course, a green flag means carry on, choose these people, all right? First major thing to look out for would be accountability. As a green flag, accountability. Are you sure that the people we are putting forward can make a mistake and admit it? Can take responsibility for what they did right or wrong, part time? Number 2, a solution-oriented mindset. Whoever you are thinking about, does something happen and they are thinking solution immediately? Or looking for who to blame? My own checklist, you can adopt it as well. Number 3, do they listen to everybody or they choose their own clique to listen to? Here's the risk. If you have somebody who doesn't think inclusivity and has a clique they listen to or people they listen to, one day it will be you that will be on the other side of the divide and they won't listen to you. Please note that listening to everybody doesn't also mean every small matter we have, we must go and tell the leader. He has work he's doing, no? Or she, as the case may be. All right? And then number 4 would be respect for process. Some people like people who just go somewhere and scatter everything to get what we want. And we like it that way. You know the problem with that? If you don't follow processes to get things done, the same processes will come to hound you. Please note that whoever is a leader here is an employee somewhere. Excuse me. My red flags. Very quickly, my red flags. Anybody who does this may put us in trouble. Somebody's always thinking about dividing people. Us versus them in their rhetorics. It doesn't mean don't speak for us or don't recognize that management is not us. But they must see all of us as one. Number 2, unrealistic promises. When the president was talking earlier, mentioned 2%, 18%, I was still telling myself that maybe when they are done with this story he's telling us, they will get 25%. They said 60-something%, and I'm like, okay, this is not bad at all. Some people are telling you things now that you know is not possible. Let's picture election will happen in Nigeria next year. So someone comes to you and tell you that next year, when we finish the election, because we now have more revenue capacity in Nigeria, we are going to put AC on every corridor and every street. I'm sure you know that you are going to stone the person. I can tone it down, but some things are completely unrealistic. And then, of course, number 3 is position-seeking behavior. Some people prefer prestige, how they see me, reputation, to actually doing the work we voted them to do. Some people prefer it. Because let me be honest, leadership of any organization, it comes with some perks. Did you notice how we started a program here, and then the president came and we all stopped and stood up and sang for him before we continued? There are perks with it. Some people prefer those perks to actually getting things done. And I think it's a red flag we should all look out for as we go along. Where I come from when I'm done speaking, I've said this at the beginning before, this one, which is this one. If somebody wants to be a leader, you honestly must conquer yourself first. If you can't get up and say, I want to do this, and actually do it, leading other people to do what they want to do will be difficult. Where I come from when I'm done speaking, I usually say, Egberi Fao. It means my story has finished.
Solidarity. Thank you very much, Doctor. I hope you all enjoyed it. Please, a round of applause again for our doctor. Doctor, you are still owing us, so we'll call you one day and collect the balance. Thank you very much. Distinguished comrades, we are about rounding up, but I crave your indulgence for just some few minutes. Real estate, few minutes. Pension, few minutes. Real estate, pension, where are you? Yeah, please come up. They are from Stanbic IBTC. Please, let's put our hands together. Okay, you are real estate. Okay, real estate from Win Reality, please. You have just 10 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eze Maximus, and I would like to thank every member of the Pengassan and the leadership for giving us this opportunity to come here to talk to us about real estate. Before I start, I would like us to give a big round of applause to the last speaker that just spoke, please. I mean, that teaching really touched me a lot, and it has shaped how I'll, approach my leadership going forward. Once again, my name is Eze Maximus, and I'm from Win Realty Limited, a top real estate and trustworthy real estate company here in Port Harcourt. Today, we're coming here to bring you our offerings and how you can be a partner and an investor here in Port Harcourt. Real estate is not something that is new to all of us. Many of us here have real estate investments in and around Nigeria, not just Port Harcourt. So I'm not bringing something that is entirely new to us. But one thing I would like us to pay very close attention here today for the next few minutes is the fact that you need a partner that truly wants you to make a lot of money in real estate. Because it's one thing for you to give your money to a company, and it's another thing for you to give your money to a company that really wants you to make the most out of every kobo you have in your bank account. Now, why real estate, you might ask? Real estate is actually the most stable investment asset there is in our nation. We understand how volatile our currency is, and how volatile, every other financial instrument is. You could talk about stocks and bonds. You could talk about, every other one that is out there. Real estate is the most stable of all. So that is why I'm bringing you guys today real estate, and I want you to pay very close attention. Okay, so we've been in this industry for 4 solid years, and we have serviced more than 1,500 people like yourself, and we have different properties littered around Port Harcourt. So far, we are just based in Port Harcourt. We have great real estate projects that will benefit the members of Pengassan, be it landed properties or built-up building projects. We have them here in Port Harcourt. And I would like to let you understand that we have 3 different financing options, right? Number one is 3 different ways you can access our product. Number one is if you're coming in as an individual. That way, you are left to buy these plots of land or these units of building all by yourself. So you get to negotiate on a personal basis. Number 2 is if we are coming in as a group, we have special incentives for every member of Pengassan. That way you have a stronger negotiation power. Then we can have a better deliberation with the members. Then number 3 is our mortgage financing. We have a private financier as a partner that is right here to finance anyone here that wants to gain access to our building project right at SAS Road, Port Harcourt. These are 3-bedroom terrace duplexes called Velora actually. The first phase sold out in less than a month. So currently we are on the second phase of 3-bedroom terrace duplexes located on SAS Road, Port Harcourt. And these terrace duplexes, you could use them for different purposes. For some of us that already have our own homes, you might be asking, why do I need to buy another terrace duplex somewhere in the city? You could use it for investment purposes entirely, either for short-let rent, either for annual rent, either for, you could buy it now at off-plan phase and sell it off in the next 12 months when it is fully built at a premium. And you can also, buy it and use it for your own personal purpose if you don't have your own home. So these are the several things you could use a terrace duplex on SAS Road for. And why SAS Road? SAS Road is actually a very solid location because it's not very far from the airport, and it's an emerging location. The appreciation of properties there are still climbing unlike some of the peaked environments around town where the properties right there are fixed at a rate. But such location is still climbing. Properties right there are in high demand. So there is a lot of factors that makes SAS Road a choice investment location for the members of Pengassan. Now, that is that about our building project. I wish my slide is up. I will show you what we've been able to do, basically. I have it here. Okay, yes. So you could go back a bit. Go back like 2 slides, yes. So this is our Velora 1. It's 7 units of 3-bedroom terrace duplexes, fully finished and handed over to the owners. 7 landlords owns these 7 terrace duplexes. So you could slide a little bit left, backward. Let me show them this. Go back again, go back. So this is the new project we have on SAS Road called Velora 2. It is 6 units of 3-bedroom terrace duplexes. It is going at 2 phases, finished phase and shell phase. So at the shell phase, you have external finishing, but the interior, you configure it the way you want it. It's coming at 140 million. Then at the finished phase, where everything is fully done for you, it's coming at 230 million. Those are on SAS Road. And the good thing is that 2 units from this project is on mortgage. It means that our partner will be ready to finance just for 2 units in case you are interested in a mortgage plan. After this presentation, you can come and meet any of our staff members or myself, and I will properly, educate you on how you can be a part of this project. So that is the project we have on SAS Road. Then beyond this, we have landed estates around the city. We have around, major developing locations around the city. We have in Ishokbo, we have in Omawa, we have in Igrita, we have at Eche, and these are properties you can buy in acres. And in the next 5 years, you could be selling upwards of 2,000% in appreciated value. So this is that about the Win Realty Limited. And I will always love if there are questions being asked by the members of Pengassan. I'll be really, really happy to answer your questions. Thank you once again for giving me the audience.
Thank you, Win-Win Real Estate. Please, distinguished comrades, if you have questions, please, you can meet them as we are having our lunch and you ask the question. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. Last presentation, please, I crave your indulgence for just the next 5 minutes, is Stanbic IBTC pension. Can we put our hands together for them?
All right, good day, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here. My name is Kate Anderson Chika. I'm here to represent Stanbic IBTC Pensions Manager. Without further ado, I want to also mention that our asset management team are also in the building with me. For those of us that will be interested to take up certain investment portfolios, please do well to reach out to them. They will be here to give you certain financial advice as regards to investment plans that you're supposed to take that will really be of good help to you and even give you good returns. So please, I don't know if my slide... Okay, not to worry. I can talk without the slides. Okay, please, going down to what pension is all about. I know each and every one of us might have a little understanding of what pension is all about, as some of us here might not really have that flavor for pensions. Now, I want us to understand that pension is a drops of water that make an ocean. And a lot of us that might not really want to... No, don't. A lot of us might not really want to go into the pension scheme because of one experience some of our friends might have had, or maybe our parents might have had before now. But I want us to understand that we have what we call the contribution pension scheme. Now, this contribution pension scheme is divided into 2, the mandatory pension and the voluntary pension. Now, the voluntary pension, currently, there is a new guideline for the voluntary pension. It's called personal pension plan. Now, for those of us that are under the mandatory pension, this is a contribution that comes from the employer and the employee. We all know that. Now, the 10% from employer, 8% from employee. Now, when it comes to your retirement benefits, I just want to go straight there. you have your 18% being remitted on monthly basis into your pension account. Now, upon retirement, we have what we call lump sum payments that will be paid to you upon retirement. We have some clients that ask us questions: what will help me? What can I do that will help qualify me to access 50% upon retirement? Now, let's take this. There are certain factors that determine you accessing 50% of your lump sum upon retirement. One is your age at retirement. Two is the sex. Now, for the female gender, it is just a general view by the Pension Commission that female live longer than men. Are we together? Female live longer than men. Now, from the calculation that was done, it's being prorated for 20 years for the female, and then for the men, it's being prorated for 18 years. Now, when it comes to the PENCOM calculator, trying to derive whether you can access 50% or 25%, please, I want us to take home with this, because certain clients don't really understand how this works. Now, the PENCOM calculator, we call it pension calculator, it considers your age at retirement, it considers your gender, it considers your pension slip. Now, not your pension slip, your pay slip. Now, in your pay slip, we have three elements in your pay slip. We have your basic salary, your housing allowance, and we have your transport allowance. These are the three elements we consider, and the system put all these factors into place before the system will be able to calculate if you qualify for 50% or 25%. Now, don't also rule out the fact that we also consider your total balance upon retirement. Now, these are the factors that are being considered. Now, there are certain clients that have huge RSA balance in their account, and when the system calculates and they first spread 1/3 of what is your basic salary after retirement, it's being spread for that 20 years. If you're a female gender, if you're a male gender, it's spread for 18 years before we can know if you can access 25% or 50%. Is that clear? Is that clear? So it's just an overview that I just did so that we can have that understanding. Now, secondly, we have a kid in the building, which is a personal pension plan. I know certain clients are not aware of the benefits you can get from personal pension plan. Personal pension plan is just a nomenclature that PENCOM decided to change additional voluntary contribution to. Now, what happened is that they just remodified additional voluntary contribution and change certain features. Now, previously, if you are under the voluntary contribution, you can only access 50% of your funds on that portfolio once every 2 years. Am I correct? For those of us under voluntary contribution, is that true? Fine. Now, but I just want us to understand that currently, as at February this year, that guideline was changed. PENCOM has decided to allow contributors to access 50% of your contribution under personal pension plan once every 3 months. Once every 3 months. Now, contributions you leave up to 5 years, there won't be any tax implication on the returns on that contribution. Now, for those of us that decide to keep making contribution into this portfolio upon retirement, bear in mind that you're going to access 100% of the total sum in your personal pension plan. Is that understood? Is that understood? Now, also bear in mind that there's another additional benefit for this personal pension plan. For those of us that are worried about the tax implication on our pay slip, personal pension plan can help to reduce your tax drastically. So a lot of our clients have really plunged into this personal pension plan to reduce their tax drastically. So this is also one of the benefits you will get from this. So I'm just trying to rush to make sure I meet up with my time. And then we also have what we call how you can access your pension benefits. Now, there are 3 ways you can access your pension benefit. I have certain clients. Please, are we together? Hello? Okay, so I also want to clarify different avenues whereby you can access funds from your pension. we always come across clients that will always tell us, why are you guys always disturbing and telling us to do pension? The pension funds we are remitting is until when we die, right? That's what people always perceive. Until when we die, that's when we can access funds. Now, some person will say, what can we even do to make sure that our beneficiaries don't have challenge to access our funds in case of any form of eventuality? I'm going to explain this to us today. Now, first of all, there are 3 ways you can access funds from your pension while you are still in active service. You can access 25% of your pension fund via mortgage. For those of us that are interested to acquire a residential building via mortgage, bear in mind that PENCOM has also made that avenue for you to access 25% of your total fund in your pension account while you're still working. Instead of you paying out of pocket, there's something they call equity contribution. The mortgage banks, those in the mortgage bank, they understand that. Now, you're supposed to pay 10% of equity contribution of the worth of the building you're going for. Now, because of that, PENCOM has said, instead of making you to pay from out of pocket, they will allow you to collect 25% of the total fund in your account to pay for that, while the mortgage bank pays the other part of the funds as a loan to you, and then you can access a building. Secondly, you can access 25% of your pension fund when you have this temporary loss of job. So if you're out of job for the period of 4 months, bear in mind that instead of you waiting until when you get re-engaged, hello, are we together? Okay, so instead of you waiting until when you get re-engaged with another employer, you can also fall back to come and access 25% of your RSA fund with us while you are out of job. Now, thirdly is the retirement benefits. Upon retirement, because some persons ask, oh, if I collect all this 25%, am I sure I'll still collect the lump sum after retirement? The answer is what? Yes. Upon retirement, you still qualify to collect another 25%, which is the minimum upon retirement. Then lastly, this is where I'm going to end my presentation. Now, we have cases that we have experienced on the minds of some of our clients. We notice that some of our clients don't prepare ahead of time. Some don't even prepare in case of any form of eventuality. Now, I'm going to talk about the main reason why you should have a will. The difference between having a will and going for letter of administration. Now, for some of us that are seated down here, nobody knows when the eventuality will occur, right? None of us know when we'll leave this earth, right? Now, bear in mind that if you don't have a simple will, in Stanbic IBTC, we have our trustee, the trustee arm, they can help you to get a simple will or a comprehensive will. Now, this helps your beneficiaries not to go through any form of frustration in case there is any eventuality and the client is not available, but the funds are supposed to be accessed by the beneficiaries. If there is no simple will or a will available, bear in mind that your beneficiaries are going to go through the hurdles of what? Getting letter of administration. And that letter of administration, they are going to charge them 10% of the total funds in your RSA account. And that must be paid before that money will be released. So please and please, I'm advising each and every one of us, if you know you don't have a will, for instance, IBTC, we don't charge you for that. We only ask you to pay for your subscription, and it covers you for every 5 years. Please try and get a will. It will go a long way to save you a lot of misharm. Thank you very much for this opportunity. If you have more questions, we stand by to take all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Stanbic IBTC. Please, I want to call upon the podium our able comrade, the Zonal Vice Chairman of Port Harcourt Zone, Comrade Okechukwu Silas. Okechukwu Isaac, for the vote of thanks, please. A round of applause, please.
Solidarity, enjoyment, now, and forever. It is a special honor to be given the privilege to offer this vote of thanks on behalf of the Zonal Executive Committee. We are grateful that we have come this far in this year's workshop. We want to thank our double president, our leader, for honoring us with his presence. We want to thank members of the CWC. We thank all NEC members here. We thank all the workshop participants. We want to thank our resource persons for interrogating our team. And we hope that it has been impactful. It has been a very rich, rewarding experience. We want to thank the organizing committee for doing a very good job. We equally want to thank our zonal chairman for approving the funds for this exercise. We want to thank all our partners, our managers, HRO personnel who out of their busy schedule have come to honor us. It's our hope that the partnership will continue. And on this note, we wish all of you a safe journey back when you depart from here. Solidarity.
Solidarity. Please, a very brief announcement. There will be a very, very important meeting with the zonal chair. All the service sector branch chairmen, you have meeting with the zonal chair immediately after this meeting. I repeat, all the service sector branch chairmen, you have a very, very urgent and crucial meeting with the zonal chairman. Thank you very much. Can we arise? Soli, 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 solidarity forever. Solidarity forever.
Solidarity forever.
For the union makes us strong. Victory.
Victory for us.
Victory. There is victory for
us.
In the struggle.
Struggle
for our
union. Yes, there is victory.
Moving forward, forward, ever backward, backward,
never.
Moving forward, forward, ever backward, backward, never. In the struggle, for our union, there is victory. Aluta.
Continua.
Aluta.
Continua.
Victoria.
Asserta.
Women are great.
No controversy.
Enjoyment.
Now.